Welcome to the Calexico City Council, Calexico Redevelopment Successor Agency, Calexico Finance Authority meeting, regular meeting. Meeting is now in session. It's 7:38, call to order at 7:38 p.m. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Diana Nuricumbo,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Victor Legaspi,
Present.
Councilmember Lisa Thailenda,
Here.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez,
Present.
Councilmember Lorenzo Calderon. We have quorum.
Okay, thank you. At this time, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, please stay standing for the mission statement.
Together we pledge to provide effective and sufficient service in a courteous and respectful manner to improve the quality of life for all in our unique work community. Calexico.
All right, and also if we could stay standing for the invocation.
I promise to keep it under an hour. Let's pray. Our loving Heavenly Father, thank you that you are a loving Father. You love us so much that you sent your Son to die for our sins and to open the door for us to come before you with our requests. Lord, as we meet this tonight, we ask and we invoke your presence with us, because to make decision, we need wisdom from above, because you see the future, we cannot. You see the decision that are made will have eternal benefits, and also for this city to have a lasting decision that will last. And so, Lord, we ask that you will help the council, help the people here to make the right choice, the right decision, so that this city will continue to go forward, knowing that it's under God that we go forward. We thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Please be seated. Closed session announcements.
Thank you, Mayor. City Council went in closed session on the items on this evening's agenda. We did receive direction, but no reportable actions were taken. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we will proceed with the approval of the agenda. I did want to also mention before that, as far as the presentation, item number 11 is going to be moved at a later date. And then you had something else,
Yes.
Councilmember Thailenda?
I'd like to make a motion to move agenda item number 24 to immediately before consent agenda. So that would put, the presentations, public comment, the reports, council, and then right before consent agenda. Can I do that?
Allowed?
Correct. We could do that. And then additionally, staff has a recommendation to table item number 20, which is the proposal from Bob Hall and Associates, to table that item.
Okay, so just to review, we are going to postpone item 11 to a future date. We're going to move item number 24 up to before the approval of the consent agenda, and we're also going to table item number 20.
24, move it to the first item of the agenda and the,
It's going to be right before the consent agenda.
okay.
So right after city council comments. Correct?
Yes.
Motion to approve?
I second it.
Okay. So Councilmember Thailenda motions and Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi seconds.
Yes.
Roll call?
Mayor Diana Nuricumbo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Victor Legaspi,
Yes.
Councilmember Lisa Thailenda,
Yes.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Lorenzo Calderon. Yes. Motion passes.
Okay, so we will start with our presentations. We will start with the proclamation declaring the month of January the Human Trafficking Awareness Month. At this time, I will ask Council Member Adriana Marquez to start reading maybe the 2 paragraphs and then move it to your right, please.
Whereas human trafficking is a public health issue and crime that harms the health and well-being of individuals, families, and communities, often across generations.
Nearly 25 years after passing the Trafficking Victim Protection Act, an estimated of 2.6 million people were subjected to human trafficking globally, with cases reported in every United States territory.
We said 2. Whereas human trafficking can happen to anyone, but certain populations are at greater risk, including people affected by abuse, violence, poverty, unstable living situations, or social disconnections. Whereas human trafficking is connected to many other forms of violence and exploitation, and often shares common risks and protective factors, such as lack of resources and unsafe environments.
Whereas strengthening communities requires collective actions to reduce the conditions that contributes to the exploitations, build resilience, and create environments where people are protected from human trafficking and other forms of violence.
Whereas the City of Calexico is committed to ensuring that those impacted by human trafficking receive services that are trauma-informed and responsive to their individual needs. Whereas a successful response to human trafficking requires a coordinated, community-wide effort that includes collaboration across sectors and within those who have experienced human trafficking firsthand, to ensure that services and programs are effective and meet the needs of all survivors. Whereas every individual, family, community, and organization can help raise awareness, prevent trafficking, and support survivors by learning how to take action at acf.hhs.gov/end trafficking. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Calexico proclaim the month of January 2025 as Human Trafficking Prevention Month. In witness thereof from the mayor.
Thank you. Okay, now we will move on to item number 12, presentation, commendation recognition to Calexico Police Department staff. Chief.
Did you want to come up and say something? I think there was a young lady that wanted to come up and say something. And Pink, she wanted to say something. On number 11. On number 10.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Chief Orozco. I'm your police chief for the Calexico Police Department. City Council.
Excuse me a little bit. Sorry. I'm sorry. We have a guest that wanted to speak on number 10. We'll just go back to that one for a minute. And then we'll be back.
Thank you guys for revealing back to number 10. I was a little confused. I guess we're all a little discombobulated right now. Most of you guys already know me. I am Jazz Ledbetter, the founder of Harlot Heart. We do specialize in bringing awareness to human trafficking. Again, I've been in front of you guys a few times. I spoke about how I wrote my book, Harlot Heart, Tributes to Triumph, and it is my journey through trafficking and how I ended up here in Imperial Valley. I think that we have to realize that human trafficking, we have the highest numbers in the whole country in California. That California is a major issue in a $150 billion crisis. The movie Sound of Freedom was filmed right here in your backyard. I think that is enough to bring the fight here to make a difference. I won't stay up here too long. Some of you guys, again, are familiar with my story and my journey and what I'm doing now in the community. We are celebrating life after trauma. I've done several different things. I see some familiar faces. I'm excited. Tuesday, we are having an exhibit at Carmen Durazo. If you guys want to see some of my work, I will be there, as well as my annual, our first fundraiser will be March 29th in El Centro. You are all invited to come support us, and all the funds raised will be used to further our mission and bring awareness to this heinous crime. So again, my name is Jazz Ledbetter. I'm happy to hear. I want you guys to move on to all your other topics, but just know that I appreciate Calexico for taking the time. Even though it's not January anymore, thank you for recognizing us here today.
Thank you for your words. Moving forward, Chief of Police.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So part of what we want to do today is introduce you to your police officers and police sergeants and recognize some of the hard work that they do. These officers give extra of themselves, and we're seeing a couple examples of what they've done. And the mayor was going to read out the proclamation and give the certificate. And I want you guys to pay attention as to what they're getting the award for and the impact that it has in the community and what they do for the community. And this is extra stuff that they do on top of patrolling and responding to calls. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. This is my very first proclamation, so I'm being taught here. So yes, can you please come forward so we can present to you the proclamation? This way. Mhm.
We have our unofficial photographer.
Yes, Night of the Arts, March 29th. Okay, thank you. Everywhere. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, now we're ready. Okay, let's go. We're going to start with this letter of commendation. First, I'm going to read why the commendation is being given. I'll let you know what officer it is, and then when I'm finished, if you can come up so we can present you with your letter of commendation. So first, this is a letter of commendation to Sergeant Miguel Carvajal. Sergeant Miguel Carvajal is commended for his exemplary leadership and professionalism during a drive-by shooting investigation on October 12, 2023 in Calexico. Taking swift action, he ensured the safety of injured individuals, secured the scene, and coordinated patrol efforts. His investigative skills led to identifying 4 suspects, and through collaboration with Special Agent Oscar Ruiz and the U.S. Marshal Service, all were apprehended. 3 in Calexico and 1 in Mexicali. His recognition as a gang expert in judicial proceedings highlights the caliber of his investigative work. From field operations to courtroom testimony, Sergeant Carvajal's leadership, dedication, and commitment to justice exemplify the highest standards of law enforcement professionalism, making him an invaluable asset to the Calexico Police Department. Thank you, Sergeant Miguel Carvajal. Can you step forward or come forward, please? Okay, the next is a letter of commendation to Sergeant Oscar Reese. Sergeant Oscar Reese is commended for his exemplary service and dedication to public safety during his tenure with the Imperial County Narcotic Task Force. His leadership and tactical expertise were crucial in 2 major cases, a gang-related shooting and a homicide investigation. Collaborating with Sergeant Miguel Carvajal, he played a key role in executing 3 search warrants that led to the swift arrest of 3 armed felony suspects, with the 4th apprehended in Mexicali through strategic cross-border coordination. In the Estrada Boulevard homicide case, Sergeant Reese's investigative skills and coordination with the FBI and Yuma Police Department led to the identification, extradition, and confession of the suspect. His resourcefulness, tactical acumen, and commitment to justice have greatly enhanced public safety in Calexico. Sergeant Reese's outstanding leadership and dedication reflect great credit upon himself, the Imperial County Narcotic Task Force, and the law enforcement profession. Thank you. Sergeant Oscar Reese, please. Letter of commendation to Alexander Hernandez. Officer Alexander Hernandez is commended for his courageous and decisive actions during an officer-involved shooting on February 21st, 2024. Responding to an occupied residential burglary in progress, he swiftly confronted a suspect armed with a metal pry bar, preventing serious harm to a fellow officer and ensuring public safety. His ability to assess the situation under extreme pressure reflects his exceptional training, sound judgment, and fearless dedication to duty. His professionalism and commitment to protecting both his colleagues and the community exemplify the highest standards of law enforcement. In recognition of his valor, this commendation will be placed in his personal file as a permanent record of his exemplary service. Officer Hernandez's heroism serves as an inspiration to all and upholds the department's mission of service and protection. Officer Alexander Hernandez. Letter of commendation to Sergeant Sean Sundal. Sergeant Sundal is commended for his exemplary dedication, professionalism, and leadership, significantly advancing the Calexico Police Department's mission. As a patrol squad supervisor, he has taken on numerous collateral responsibilities, including serving as range master supervisor and leading SWAT training with former or current Navy SEAL personnel. His efforts in securing a Ford F-150 through a DUI drug enforcement grant have strengthened enforcement operations, while his development of a multi-agency active shooter training program has enhanced readiness and collaboration across Imperial County. In the past year, Sergeant Sundal authored 14 post-certified training courses covering critical law enforcement tactics such as active shooter response, firearms instruction, and bicycle patrol. His certification in bicycle patrol has further improved crime prevention efforts downtown. His dedication, innovation, and commitment to public safety exemplify the highest standards of the Calexico Police Department, making him highly deserving of this commendation. Sergeant Sean Sundal.
Sergeant Sundal wasn't able to make it today, so instead, Lieutenant Acuna will be accepting the award.
Letter of commendation to Officer Nicholas Moninger. Officer Moninger is commended for his exceptional dedication to DUI enforcement, successfully making over 26 drunk driving arrests in the past year. His proactive approach and keen observational skills have significantly contributed to reducing accidents and ensuring public safety. Each arrest reflects his commitment to upholding the law and exemplifies the highest standard of professionalism and judgment. His diligence and determination set a benchmark for excellence within the department, serving as a model for his peers. In recognition of his outstanding contributions, this commendation will be placed in his personnel file as a permanent record of his exemplary service. His efforts are deeply valued by both the department and the community, reinforcing the importance of dedicated law enforcement in creating safer streets. Officer Nicholas Moninger.
Chief, how long has he worked for our department?
1 year in November, this last November.
And last but not least, this letter of commendation is for Officer Yamilet Venegas. Officer Venegas is commended for her exceptional dedication to DUI enforcement, making over 25 drunk driving arrests in the past year. Her proactive efforts have significantly enhanced public safety, demonstrating sharp observational skills, sound judgment, and a steadfast commitment to upholding the law. Each arrest represents a potential life saved and a step toward preventing dangerous accidents in the community. Beyond the numbers, Officer Venegas' professionalism and diligence set a high standard within the department. Her unwavering commitment to duty reflects the core values of law enforcement, making the community a safer place. In recognition of her outstanding service, this commendation will be placed in her personnel file as a lasting record of her achievement. Her contributions are deeply valued by both the department and the community. Officer Yamilet Venegas.
So she's actually up to 35 arrests in 8 months. She got hired in May. So. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you to all our wonderful officers in the Calexico Police Department for keeping our city safe. Okay, at this time, we'll be moving to public comments. Public comments are not to exceed 3 minutes. This is a time for the public to address the City Council on any item not appearing on the agenda that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. The mayor will recognize you, and when you come to the microphone, please state your name and place of residence for the record. While members of the public are encouraged to participate, it is unlawful to disturb or delay the council meeting with personal or slanderous remarks. Group commentators may be requested to limit their group comments to 15 minutes. The City Council is prohibited by state law from taking action or discussing items not included on the printed agenda. If the item you wish to comment on is on the public portion of the agenda, we will take your comment when we get to the item on the agenda. Please direct your questions and comments to the City Council. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, we do, Madam Mayor. Susan Giller.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Nori Kumbo and Calexico City Council members. My name is Sue Giller, and I'm with Reliance Public Relations. Our offices are in El Centro, and I live in Brawley. I'm here tonight representing Horizon West Transmission. It's the company that was selected by the state electric grid operator to build and maintain the proposed Ironwood transmission line. The company asked me to come here tonight to share some information with you about two upcoming opportunities that we have for community members to learn more about this important project. The Ironwood transmission line is a proposed 80-mile long 500 kilovolt transmission line that's needed to improve the reliability of the electric grid and to help deliver low-cost renewable energy to Southern California. Horizon West will be hosting two upcoming open house events for the community. The first one will be on Wednesday, February 19th from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Heber Community Center, and the second one will be on Thursday, February 20th from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Calexico Women's Improvement Club. The open houses are a chance to meet the folks from Horizon West, to ask questions, and to learn about the project's benefits. Your input is important, and Horizon West wants to invite everyone to attend and share your thoughts and questions. I think the clerk has given you council members invitations, and there are flyers about the events at the back of the room, and we'll leave some in the lobby. And I want to thank you for your time, and I hope to see you all there. Thanks much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Fausto Valenzuela.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Fausto Valenzuela. El motivo por el que estoy aquí, yo quisiera alguna información sobre el proyecto del río. Si ya está funcionando, no está funcionando, dentro de la tubería que se hizo. No sé si ustedes como Concilio Nuevo pues estén al tanto de eso, ¿no? Pero pues ya tiene rato eso. Entonces mi pregunta es, ¿está funcionando o no está funcionando ya el entubado que se hizo en el río Nuevo? Porque se mira agua todavía en lo que era tierra, porque yo soy una de las personas que habita de esa área. Entonces se mira, no sé si el agua esté estable o tenga corriente aún, porque si es estable, pues hay un peligro de ahí ya ahora que venga verano, con el mosquito que ya el año pasado estuvo en Blay, apareció el mosquito ese transmisor de una enfermedad. No sé si esa agua es estable o ya está corriendo o se va a tapar o qué se va a hacer en ese proyecto que pues costó millones y pues no sabemos qué en realidad, si está funcionando o no está funcionando, porque viene ya el tiempo calor y es un zancudero ahí que no se le acaba a uno, que nomás se mete el sol y métete para adentro porque no puede estar afuera. No sé, una fumigada, algo que tienen que prevenir toda esa maleza que está ahí, que proporciona mucho insecto. Y pues esa es mi petición, no sé en realidad si sepan ustedes si está funcionando, van a tapar o van a empezar a echar tierra ahí. Según es un proyecto que yo tengo de muchos años atrás, que va a ser parque, que va a ser... Bueno, el proyecto es bastante grande y yo sé que no se puede hacer de la noche a la mañana, pero no se mira mucho avance. El proyecto del río ese era hasta el 98 y no llegó más que hasta donde está el tubo que cruza el agua ahí, fue todo, hasta ahí llegó. Se acabaron los recursos o no sé qué pasó. Entonces sí es preocupante por motivos si el agua es estable por alguna transmisión de mosquitos a toda la familia que vivimos ahí alrededor. No sé si ustedes sepan algo ¿Qué está pasando? Esa es mi pregunta. Gracias.
Okay, gracias. Do you want to touch upon that on the manager?
Yeah.
Okay. Él va a hablar sobre eso en unos minutitos más, el city manager. Gracias.
Yolanda Cunningham.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Yolanda Cunningham y vivo en el 1901 de la ciudad aquí de Calexico. Me da mucha pena venir aquí, yo vengo con la finalidad de, pues no quería venir porque es vergonzoso y penoso, pero estamos viendo por más de un año el Parque Córdoba, específicamente en el área de Playground. Y vemos que el parque está sumamente descuidado, sumamente sucio y realmente no entendemos qué está pasando, porque no, yo ya lo había platicado, por qué tenemos a una persona encargada de obras públicas que casi nunca la vemos, o sea, no sé qué se esté haciendo, porque realmente el señor Legazpi estuvo pidiendo botes de basura. Pusieron un bote de basura y toda la demás área pues están sin botes de basura y es un cochinero. El área donde están jugando los niños en el playground es horrible. No tienen los juegos, no sé qué tipo de trabajo se hace por la encargada de esa área para exigir las garantías que se pagaron por ese parque. Está sin juegos ya. Un día llegó un niño a mi casa y me llevó una parte del playground allí para ver si podíamos hacer algo nosotros los residentes. Ese parque lo usa toda la ciudad de Calexico. Los mamás que buscan seguridad para sus niños van a ese parque. Me gustaría que fueran y lo vieran cómo está. Aquí tengo unas fotografías, si gusta pasarlas, por favor, para que vean. No podemos tener a los niños jugando de esa manera, por favor. Ojalá que la señora encargada de obras públicas pues tome cartas en el asunto, por favor, y que nos hagan caso. Otra de las cosas que quiero señalar rápidamente es, mandaron a hacer unas banquetas para gente deshabilitada, me imagino para las personas que usan sillas de rueda o que van a usar bicicletas. Mandaron a hacer esa obra, yo me imagino que ha de haber sido algo costoso y es algo muy bueno, pero estamos viendo que no está terminada, o sea, dejaron la parte del asbesto, está mal hecho. Y yo creo que cuando uno contrata una compañía, pues se debe uno de cerciorar que el trabajo esté a la perfección, porque eso es lo que cobran las compañías, cobran muy bien. Y yo creo que, no sé si alguien ya se ha ido a cerciorar, pero ya lo he visto también en redes sociales que la gente ha comentado eso. Si por favor pueden ir a ver y pueden exigirle a la compañía que se le pagó, pues que vayan y terminen bien ese trabajo, por favor, si son tan amables. Y pues por favor que la señora encargada de obras públicas pues vayan y limpien ese parque, porque la verdad está de asco.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham.
Víctor Rocha.
Good evening. My name is Victor Rocha. I'm a resident of Calexico. First thing I would like to ask if one of you can pull item 13 from the consent agenda. It would be greatly appreciated so we can have a little bit of discussion regarding that particular item. Another issue that I would like to, I want to address is what's happening with the nosotros part. You allocated money. Something's going to be done. And it's been years now. And people are just sitting and waiting for something to happen. Come on, guys. Direct your city manager. Get off his ass. Excuse my language, but
Please.
I apologize for that, but it's been ridiculous. He can't handle the pumps that he mentioned. He promises. But that's the reason I want you to pull item 13, where you have directed him to do things and he fails to follow through. He's making a mockery off of you guys because you tell him to do something and he refuses to do it. It's part of the minutes. There's direction from Mrs. Thailanda that directing him to put on this agenda the money and the item to have a forensic audit. Nothing happens. But on item 21, where he has a direct conflict because he is the city chief, fire chief, and he's recommending increases to the fire department staff. When we don't have the funds, he's proposing to give them an 8% increase. Come on. You know what the president is doing right now? Cutting federal funding. We need to save as much money as we can and be prepared so we don't have to lay off people. We need to have some sort of community action because we need to be getting prepared. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rocha.
Carmen Estrada.
Buenas noches, soy Carmen Estrada, soy fundadora de una organización, Calexico Parents Athletic League, y ahorita soy parte de Albion, una organización de San Diego, un club profesional. De hecho está mi nieto ahí, debuta en marzo, es un niño salido de aquí de Calexico. Entonces vamos a tener visita nosotros el 14 de febrero, y pues ahorita estoy aquí pidiéndole la ayuda, así como usted, City Manager, nos ha dado permiso de que continuemos haciendo bien para lo que no es un campo, ¿verdad? Necesitamos la ayuda de emergencia en el campo Casitas, que realmente creo que ese es un lugar para nosotros bien, para jugar, pero es pura tierra, está en malas condiciones, nosotros no podemos jugar ahí. Y no tenemos el dinero realmente como organización para arreglar ese campo. Ese campo se arregla como con $8,000. Son 5 válvulas, también los sprinkles, y es todo lo que se ocupa. Entonces, por favor, ayúdenos ahí. En noviembre fue el señor Legaspi, usted, les enseñamos las irregularidades que había en el campo Daniel Gutiérrez, el cual nunca se arregló. Tuve que pedir permiso con usted, que la semana pasada se arregló, invertimos casi $1,000, tenemos las notas y todo, como organización de desespero que no tenemos un lugar donde jugar ya. Aquí en el Carmen Estrada, lo que pasó, esa torre, qué lástima de la persona que aprobó esa torre. Ahorita tenemos ya 3 meses sin ese campo. Es desesperante ver a los niños cómo están. De hecho, no los metemos ahí. Ya nos dio permiso a que quitáramos las piedras. La compañía, ahí se tiene que estar supervisando, porque la compañía mandó a una compañía privada y distribuyó el escombro en todo el campo, el que vamos a recoger nosotros. Estamos agotados, cansados, pero no vamos a parar, pero sí queremos la ayuda en el campo Casitas, que nos ayuden. Ahorita los invito a que vayan a ver los campos, qué bonitos. El Daniel Gutiérrez, cómo quedó en 4 días. Se trabaja tan bonito cuando le dan permiso a uno, pero el dinero ya no lo tenemos. Ahorita ya una persona nos donó $1,000 en productos, porque no recibimos cash. Entonces quiero que sepan que es la organización más grande del Valle Imperial, competitiva y recreativa. Entonces tienen que tener orgullo que Calexico es una organización bien hecha a nivel competitivo. Entonces, por favor, ayúdenos a presumir lo que tenemos aquí en Calexico con las visitas que vamos a tener de San Diego. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Estrada.
Jung King.
Good evening, Council and citizens. And before I started saying, a lot of case, city or council administration, they were saying, oh, because this and because this, something come up. But if you had a chance to learn or study an administration, it say good administration always has to be ready for the rainy days. Do we? We are failing to managing the current issues. I don't care about for the future. We are failing. That's why we're causing these issues, because the past time we're failing for the figure out the future. If we're failing for the future, look at this Imperial Avenue, downtown. So many business boarded it, which is no business, because we failed it for the past. Now, county competing with us, with the cities, they are making a new place. There was a shopping center at the east side, which is going to be, eventually they're going to take away customer from us, and all sales tax going through there to the county, not to us. So we're going to have a shrinking our income because we're not doing nothing. And our council should deal with it carefully with our budget. Are we? No. All the money is hiding away from the citizens. So citizens wouldn't know how much money we're going to have it, how much we don't have it. About 13 years ago, when I came to the council, city budget was like this. Hide the money, numbers. And then later on, when I take the mayorship, we found that much of the money was losing. You know, that time some council members, they were saying, oh, we didn't know. Oh, because the administration told us this. They all bunch of fake numbers. So are you going to have the same things? It's all this one. If we don't have an experienced leader, including the city manager, we're going to be failed for the future. There's not much time left. Are we going to help our local business to serve the community to maintain certain level, or we're going to keep on sliding to our business, our cities?
Thank you, Mr. Kim.
Thank you.
No more comments, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, we will move over with the city manager's report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, council, members of the community. It's been quite a busy few weeks here. Again, I would like to say for the record, first and foremost, anything that has to do with the CFA, I have reclused myself since June 7th when I was appointed as acting city manager for the same reason. The lead negotiator for this agreement was through our previous HR director, our finance director, as well as BB&K. I would also like to congratulate, can you hear me now? Oh. I would also like to congratulate the pinning and swearing-in ceremony that was held here yesterday. It was a full house. Another process that I removed myself. I wasn't involved in the testing or any of the promotional evaluations. I used outside agencies, Imperial County Fire Department, El Centro Fire Department, Holville Fire Department, Calapat Fire Department, and Centinela Fire Department, Chief Estrada. They came in and they assisted us since the beginning, as well as HR Director Denise Garcia. She initiated it. All we did with my staff is put the scores together and move forward with it. But I want to congratulate them. You have 5 individuals, 3 promoted to captain, 3 promoted to engineer, and then you have 5 firemen that are pretty much just filling the void. These are all budgeted positions. It's not increasing staffing, it's just somebody retires or promotes, then you have to fill that gap. And it's been a long time in the making, but I want to congratulate the firemen on that. Talking to Ms. Carla Chaparro regarding the salaries and warrants that have been presented, she has been trying to play catch up. She is a month in. It's a lot to learn, especially in our finances here. There's one area that she kind of wants to bring over from the city of El Centro, kind of how they did it and separated them two to make it a little bit more transparent. She just wants to work on getting caught up on these warrants and salaries, so that way we can start initiating maybe by March, she mentioned, mid-March, to get the two separated and make it a little bit more transparent for the community. We are going to start our internal audit here coming up soon in finance. I think February 10th, Monday, we'll be kicking off our yearly audit to get ready for the budget. I want to thank the Calexico Police Department on their hard work and dedication. As you saw, we have, I think, the best of the best, especially in this busy town here in the Valley. I want to thank a big thanks to Parks and Recs, Library, Public Works, Finance. Mr. Coyne, he gave me a long list of things that they've been accomplishing in his planning department. And to all the employees throughout the city, great job, keep up the hard work. A big kudos again to Ms. Falomid, Mr. Chief Orozco, and Mr. Coyne. They do weekly sweeps. I'm not sure if you noticed, but downtown does get a little bit cleaner. They are removing encampments and so on and so forth, and it's a collaborative effort to give notice of violations to the businesses that are not upkeeping their buildings and so on and so forth. So it is a collaborative effort, and we're going to work on those palm trees, Mr. Calderon. We'll get on that. As you see, 311 Cesar Chavez demoed. Thank you to Ms. Falomir for putting that together. The alley improvement project, phase number 2 is complete. The notice of completion will be brought to council next meeting on the 19th. On December 1st, 2021, the City Council authorized the purchase of a bucket truck in the amount of $210,000. The bucket truck was delivered and employees received training on it, and it is in service, and it's a beautiful looking truck to see, the pride of Calexico driving around this, and hopefully that can assist on cleaning up that downtown area. Heffernan Avenue and 2nd Street alley improvement project is also complete. They've also completed the work at Legion Field. The restrooms were repaired and now back in service for the upcoming season. Public Works continues to removing the graffiti at Heber Park, restrooms, the playgrounds, tables and benches along Highway 98, D. Navarro, city limits, the playgrounds at Cordova, the sidewalks, the benches. They are continuing to work on that. She does have quotes for the trash cans. She did reach out to a vendor regarding the playground and getting some quotes to see how much it would cost to replace. Obviously, you saw the pictures of how they are. It's a much need. The water distribution crew also installed an 8-inch and 6-inch tees to the San Diego State housing project right here behind us. Public Works staff removed trash can and debris from the water tower in the downtown area, and they also had training with Caltrans construction oversight program for Public Works. For the community development planning, it's going to be 11 items here. So, code enforcement, I want to congratulate Mr. Miguel Munoz. He had a baby girl last week, and he's on FMLA. Congratulations to him. The Wingstop and EV chargers at the Crossroads Shopping Center passed their final inspection, and they're not open. Chick-fil-A submitted their construction drawings, building grading permits applications, which have been expedited for review. 46 building permits were issued in the past month. We reached out to HCD on the housing element, and they have given us a 3-month grace period to finalize the housing site inventory list. Public outreach, including property owners, notification, council member workshops will follow to finalize the housing element, which we are planning in the near future. Code enforcement had issued 33 notices of violation in the past month and is coordinating with Republic Services to ensure that merchants require trash services. Mr. Coyne updated the code enforcement website with frequently asked questions, including the sidewalk vendors, vending regulations, yard sales, noise regulations. We also updated the web page also to include the links, forms, and summary of the common municipal code that are in violation when they're out there not having a permit. Planning is also looking to create a downloadable app so that the citizens can easily submit their comments online. So Mr. Coyne has been busy. Soon he will bring forth ordinance changes to further regulate sidewalk vending, trash dumpsters, management, and kind of beef up the city's municipal code by having an aligned California street and highway code, which requires the property owners to maintain sidewalks, parkways, landscape, trees in front of their properties in good condition and free of trash and debris. So it's kind of another abatement project. And
if you can address, just answer the New River and also the update on the forensic audit. Just that it's starting.
Yes, we did get scope of work, the gist of it, and we will be moving forward with that. We just discussed that. The New River project, we're close to completion. Ms. Falomid is in the works to doing a ribbon cutting. I think at the end of the month, now we're at the training phase for city personnel, for the pumps, for the trash collection. It is going to still be a continuous work effort to here on out, having this MOU with the county, IID, and the city. But we are working on doing a ribbon cutting. So I believe the end of the month, early next month, we'll have that going. Mr. David Aguirre from ICTC also reached out to us for a ribbon cutting for the transit center, the bus depot center. Here in the next couple weeks, and Ms. Falomir is also in coordinating with him and helping us out.
And so you spoke about the New River, and that we are working on what Mr. Rocha mentioned on the forensic audit, and then just an update on the Cordova Park. We had mentioned, for example, there's certain things like the graffiti that hasn't been painted yet, but there's a reason for that.
And they are working on the painting. It was still under Rove Engineering, so city staff can't go into that project because it's under another entity. But now that it's freed up, she has scheduled it to get that graffiti removed. Also to bring up, it was brought to my attention also that the removal of the 3 posts on Nosotros Park.
By the baseball field.
Again, this was a grant that was part of the New River project, right? Because all this is supposed to tie in and end up at the Grand Plaza, this trail. And since it's still binding under contract, us legally, we can't remove anything because we are changing the scope of the grant to push them back further to allow access for vehicles to go in. And again, this is a Class 1 bike trail. It's not meant for vehicular traffic and the weight of them constantly going. It was before, obviously, because it was a dirt, road leading to the back parking. But if we change any scope of this work, we're going to be held liable. So I suggest we just hold off until it's done and then move forward with it.
Okay, thank you. All right, at this time, let me see, city manager. Okay, city council comments and reports. Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi.
Thank you, Mayor. Recently, the mayor, myself, the library manager, Lisa Legaspi, and we attended a press conference in Mexicali regarding the Lunar Chinese New Year. And we're looking at future collaborations with our Chinese community, both abroad and here in the city of Calexico. We have attended 4 grand openings within the past 3 weeks. One of them was Wingstop, Income Tax Rápido Precious Service. Today was the EV charging by, I forgot the name of the company. And the housing project had a grand opening at Spud Moreno today. We also attended swearing in for our firefighters, a well-deserved group that were hired and some promoted. This, the audience was filled with a lot of people from out of county. We had people from Chula Vista, and obviously a lot of our police officers that also attended. So it was well deserved. You did a really good job on that. Also, we'll be working with school officials. They had approached us regarding keeping a dialogue in school impact fees. So we're going to be working on them very, very soon, within the next, hopefully, 2 weeks. So we can go further, we can pass this year, and maybe lower them more. Also, I'll be strangled if I don't mention this. I'm just kidding. Chief Orozco. The Camarena Memorial Library is having a Chinese Lunar New Year event this Saturday from 1 to 4 p.m. You're all invited, so be there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi. Councilmember Lisa Thailenda.
I'll keep it short. It's long. The ICTC Southern Imperial County Transportation Commission meeting was held on January 22nd. Funding was approved for the construction of the Calexico Intermodal Transportation Center. A groundbreaking ceremony is set and scheduled for February 28th, 2025 at 9 a.m. And the public is invited to celebrate this milestone, which has been in progress since 2013. At that meeting, there was a lot of updates shared by Caltrans, which they're actually working on short and long range plans for our traffic congestions for the border crossing. We'll be circulating that information hopefully soon on the city webpage. It is available on the ICTC webpage. And we, the entire council, had the pleasure of going to the Mayor and Council Member Academy hosted by the League of Cities, which was very interesting and educational. I learned a lot, and that concludes my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Marquez.
Well, I had the pleasure of touring the police department. Thank you, Chief Orozco, for that. And we also had the opportunity with Councilmember Legaspi to go onto one of the off-site buildings.
Traffic control.
The traffic control building. And so we were able to tour the facilities and go over the opportunities that we have in both buildings and opportunity for growth. I also was able to chat with some of the police officers and see the facilities and thank them for their service during that time. Also, we attended the Mayor and Council Academy. We were there for 3 days. It was very informational, and I believe it was a lot of learning during that time. We were also invited, Council Member Legaspi and myself, to a Chinese New Year's with members of the community, and the Golden Dragon, and members of the community, and it was an awesome celebration, coming together with the 2 cultures that we have here in the Imperial Valley. And also, I want to thank Ms. Gerardo for also inviting me to the Recreation Department. We also met with Councilmember Legaspi, and we went over some of the future celebrations for the Calexico's anniversary. So there's a lot of things going on. I am very impressed with all the work that you guys are doing, and obviously all of the departments, but I just had the opportunity to meet with these 2 members, and I'm very pleased, and I'm very happy to see all the future endeavors that we will have with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Calderon.
Yes, good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us tonight. Like Ms. Marquez said,
Thank you, Councilmember Calderon. So I'm not going to repeat much of what we said, but you can see that we're all very busy, and I'm very confident that our city is moving as forward as fast as we possibly can. So I just want to let everybody know that my door is open, especially on Mondays. I meet with whoever wants to meet. I've been really busy meeting with members of the public, trying to solve situations that were at a standstill. So anybody who wants to come and complain, my doors are open. Just to remind you, you're invited. It's going to be a great event, the Chinese Lunar Year. It's going to be at the Quijica Marina Library this Saturday at 1 p.m. The intermodal transportation, Friday, February 28th at 9 a.m. That is a big one. And in a couple of weeks, we should have the ribbon cutting of the new river project. That is a huge one as well. I've been very much making a priority in trying to work with the city manager and his staff for all the permitting and business license and all that stuff. And I'm very happy to learn that you have issued 46 business licenses. Is that what it was? Building permits since in the past month. So thank you for that. I don't know how many hours you're working in a day, but looks like a lot. We met with Councilmember Thailenda and myself. We met with the local representatives for State Senator Steve Padilla. And one of the items, just so you know, that were a hot topic was the Heber Park. So we are working on that and making it a priority so that we can identify either one, not identify, but get assistance in having them allow us to either start the project in 2 phases or see what other funding sources are available. But that is a priority, so we've been meeting with them, and I've also been meeting with local staff of Congressman Raul Ruiz's office on other issues. And we've also have a very good communication now with Caltrans on a lot of our roads, and also repairing some of the roads, and also the border traffic. And we are now also looking into not the possibility, but starting to work on with the bridge, the Anza Bridge is the one that fell. So yeah, so we're staying busy, but like I said, you know, keep the work coming. My doors are open. So thank you. With that said, we're going to move to item number 24 for discussion, and then we'll go over to the consent agenda. So item number 24, I'm gonna read. It's adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Calexico authorizing the city manager to execute a grant of temporary exclusive easement to the United States of America General Services Administration for the temporary pedestrian processing facility of the Calexico West Port of Entry expansion and reconfiguration project. Do we want to do the presentation first and then any public comment, or presentation first? Okay, so we're going to move forward with the presentation, and after that, if there's any public comment, please submit your slip. Thank you.
All right, thank you, City Council, for allowing GSA to present what's the latest update for our final phase of the Land Port of Entry project. We call it Phase 2B, but it's the pedestrian processing building, where we're replacing the current building with a new state-of-the-art building. So it's being built in 2 phases. First phase pertains to using the Heffernan bus stop area, where we construct a temporary modular processing building, which will reroute people crossing over to that site and allow Hensel Phelps the opportunity to demolish and build a new building. So the temporary processing building will actually have 8 pedestrian lanes. Current building has 6, about 8,500 square feet. And the timeline right now is Hensel Phelps would like to move into the site in April, start building the fence, and to demolish the area in preparation for putting the modular buildings there. That construction will last till the fall, the winter time frame, where CBP will move in, get it operational, and then all pedestrian traffic will then shift from the current process over to that site for the duration until the new building's up. Once the new building is completed, we will come in, remove all the temporary facilities, and restore the site back to the bus stop. So this is, I know it's a busy slide, just going to show you the pathway which we're looking to use to get you to the temporary site. So currently, the crossing point's here. What we're looking to do is shift the crossing point about 40 feet to the east to this point. We are working directly with our Mexican counterparts to make this happen. So right now it's behind the Raley's building where that brick wall is. So we'll cut through there, build this temporary pathway, and pedestrians will then transfer this way, follow the pathway up here, enter the processing building, which way they'll go to one of the booths, transverse around and out the building, out on the north side of the building. The exit of the building, they won't step out onto First Street. It's about 80 feet away from First Street, so there'll be a pathway for them to move up, use the crosswalk, and go either east or west on First Street. Then when returning to Mexico, they'll be between the temporary processing building and the customs house, where they come down, go across, follow the border wall, and then back into Mexico into the same pathway which is used now. Oh, so the reasoning behind us shifting this over is two things. One, for the safety of any pedestrians while the construction activities are going on, but there will be a lot of work, demolition, and construction around this area. And two, it will ensure that for any construction activities, we will not have to close the pedestrian crossing at all. There may be some delays when they do the initial switchover, but for any construction activities, that crossing will not close. So then on to the new building. So the new building will increase in size, be about 32,000 square feet. We'll end up having 12 pedestrian lanes for processing. And that work will look to start January 2026 after the new temp building, or the temp site is up and running, and go till December 2028. So going back to the current the crossing point, we'll open up again. Pedestrians will come in, enter the building. They'll get directed to one of the 12 lines, processing booths, and go around, up, and exit approximately the same spot where it is right now, facing Rockwood and First Street. And then if you look to when they exit, the benefits area will be in this site right here. And again, return to Mexico, same it is right now on the east side of the pedestrian building. One thing to also note, current building is about 2,000 square feet for processing people coming north. This actually jumps up to over 13,000 square feet, so a lot more room, a lot more booths, hopefully get people through quicker. So some renderings, some concept renderings about what it will look like. It is still under design, so things may change a bit. This landscaping. So this is what you'll see when someone crosses the borderline right when it is actually open. They'll come across, get directed through however this landscaping is going to wind out in this courtyard into the building, and they'll enter into one of the 12 queuing lanes and work their way around through baggage inspection out the building. And standing on First Street, this will be the northern face of the building. So this is the pedestrian side, benefits entrances there, and then return to Mexico be that pathway. So if there's any questions.
Do you have any question from the council?
Will this be, will the new, I guess, the new modular, will this slow down any of the wait time for the pedestrians to come across?
It should not, no.
And I know it's a modular, will it be, will it have ramps?
Yes.
When you're
there'll be
going
ramps
into
going
the,
up into the building and then coming back down to it.
and in regards to the fencing, what kind of fencing will you be using?
Around the modular,
Around the walkway going to the modular?
there'll be chain link on top of K-rails.
Do you have any pictures of what that would look like?
Now, there's no pictures right now, but it will be wide enough for ADA and movable. So
Okay.
if IID needs to get in to get those power poles on the south side of those building right there.
I was thinking more of the lines of safety.
We will make sure it's safe for walking. There's no potholes. There will be some shade covering in areas too.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Do we have any public comment?
As it relates to the, excuse me, my name is Victor Rocha, I'm a resident of Calexico. Because I use the border crossing almost every day. Is the Mexican side going to be utilized, the existing air-conditioned area,
For when they return,
for entrance?
they are going to be using whatever the current, they're not changing anything except, let me go back to, they're going to add,
Or going to just redirect them
correct.
like a U now?
So you'll get directed to the east here, go through that gate, the return to Mexico is here and goes to the east. There's a gate right there, they'll come through here and then
Right.
direct it up. So instead of meeting the CBP officer here, they'll meet him here.
Yeah, because there's got to be a huge gap in between, because the reason I'm talking to you, because in summertime is really bad. You're in an enclosed area, not ventilated, in the Mexican side, when the ACs go off. And it's horrendous, and you guys take a long, long time to process. I'm not talking about you, but you as Border
I'm
Patrol.
not CBP, so.
I understand, but I'm talking about, those are the things we encounter on a daily basis. That we need to deal with the wait, the long terms, and now there's gonna be a gap, I would assume then, between the existing building on the Mexican side to cross over. Is that correct?
They should be queued up all the way.
Where you have
to
the line
this
going.
Up to, they should be queued up all the way up to the crossing right there as they are now. And then as CBP, decides how many people come in at a time, they'll bring them across, or let them cross. So similar to what they do now, it's just
Kinda.
over to the east.
If I can continue or tap into from his question again. So the Mexican side currently, they do have some type of air conditioning or ventilation because it is covered up. But in the past, once you cross, instead of going to the old building, it was only a few feet until you go into the actual building. But now it's a lot of feet until you go into the modular. So I guess the concern is from
just-
point here to there, is there some type of protection against the heat? Is there ventilation? Have you guys considered that? Because it does get like 120 degrees.
Right.
And if they're gonna be all in a queue in that area, what's it gonna be so people aren't fading and sweating and standing there until they are able to cross? Because the current situation, they're only without any AC for 20 feet maybe until they go in, but this is a lot longer.
Yeah, we'll look into it, yes.
Okay. Any more public comment? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we are going to move to the consent agenda. Oh, 24? Okay, he did have a slip? Yeah, okay.
We have another public comment.
the other one, I have 2. 24, yeah.
It's okay, just let him speak and then have him fill out a slip. Go ahead, Mr. Kim.
Okay, I'm glad to see that finally the construction started, and like I like to see, I like to see the council member to focusing on the council. I mean the safety and the comfortable things for the citizens, and way I see it, after they have something coming into the U.S. I believe they have a pre-screening about the documents, and since then I believe they're not going to have nothing from U.S. side. I don't see any structure, maybe even not for the shade, and then I don't think the plan. I don't see anything ACC involved for the United States side. After they're coming into from the pre-screening the documents, they're going to make the right turn and go they're using the modular, and I don't see in the both lengthy they're going to be no AC, no shade. I've been seeing it.
There is going to be shade. It's just not.
They're going to be shade, but
it's
not the
shown
AC.
well in that drawing.
Not the ACs.
No AC. No.
Okay, so because the pre-screening from there until for the modular, it's going to be outside. There's a U.S. side. We're going to have a chance to wait a long time there because all the documents, to check all details, port is inside with the modular, not outside. So if the modular is close to the Mexico side, we don't have to use much outside door, outside this the street or the path. It is okay, but we're gonna have the screening, not the port inside the modular. We have a long line to waiting for that. So I believe you need some looking into that it is comfortable for the people.
Yeah, I'll also bring it up to CBP because I don't control how many people they let through at once to queue into that area. They may.
There is no AC in there. The Mexico side, there is no AC.
Right.
Only shade.
Correct.
Yeah. So from there, we only got the heated it, and when we come into the U.S., we're gonna have a long line until officers reach it from the officer to let us prove it. So there is a lot of distance for the discomforting for the citizens. So I think we need to do something from the CBP to convenience for the citizens of the United States, and same time the people who visiting the United States by walking, they supposed to have some protection on there.
I'll let CBP know.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. Okay, thank you for that. Moving on to the consent agenda.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
we need a vote for item 24 because it has a resolution.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's been a long
Motion
day.
and a vote.
Okay. So I'm gonna read again item number 24. Adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Calexico authorizing the city manager to execute a grant of temporary exclusive easement to the United States of America General Services Administration for the temporary pedestrian processing facility of the Calexico West Port of Entry expansion and reconfiguration. Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
Second.
Roll call?
Mayor Diana Nuricumbo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Victor Legaspi,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez Leyenda,
Yes.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Lorenzo Calderon. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Now move over to the consent agenda. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Item 13, Victor Rocha.
Again, my name is Victor Rocha. I'm a resident of Calexico. And the reason I requested that you pull the item, because you're putting things in writing as it's to relate as to what is going to be the future consent agendas or to present to us, the community. We're getting confused because we're expecting, you're directing your city manager to do something, and we're expecting for him to follow your direction. So who's running the show? Are you, the people that we elected, or he is? He doesn't comply with your request. Mrs. Talenda, you've been asking for the last 7 months. Actually, since you almost came on board. And we've been patient. It's going to happen. Now it's telling you it's going to cost $100,000. No, we can't afford it. But you're giving $89,000 as an increase to your fire department. There's the money that you need for an audit. It's right in front of you. Just vote no. Don't give any increase to anyone, because that's going to establish the pattern. You got to give, you raise the rate for someone, you're going to have to do it for all. My recommendation to you is do not give any increase to anyone and start the audit. Let's find out what happened to our monies, because they're going to come back and they're going to ask you to again augment the water bills, to augment everything, to raise everything. And I also wanted to make sure that you guys look at your previous audits. You are owed $27 million. And no one is collecting. He's responsible for that. And not once, and not waited for a period of at least 8 months now. And nothing has come up. You have Chelsea, you have a bunch of developers owe you lots of money. I know that I'm getting out of the, but you're given direction. You said you wanted something, Talenda. You said you wanted it today, to this meeting. Mr. Legaspi, you told them you wanted the Nosotros Park a report. Mrs. Marquez, you told them you wanted something as well today. And nothing happens. That's why nothing happens.
Thank you, Mr. Rocha. Do we have any further comment?
For item 19, Yolanda Cunningham.
Buenas noches. Hablo primeramente para agradecer. También cuando uno viene y dice las cosas cuando están equivocadas, también uno tiene que reconocer cuando se están tratando de hacer las cosas bien. Y tengo que reconocer yo y los residentes que vivimos en esa área que estamos viendo que por primera vez estamos viendo algo de luz al final del túnel. Estamos tratando de reconociendo que por fin se está tratando de hacer una comisión de los CFDs, que es algo muy bueno para nuestra comunidad, porque por muchísimo tiempo no hemos sabido nada sobre, han entrado millones de dólares de que hemos pagado a ese parque para la construcción, el mantenimiento y otras cosas de ese parque. Y los residentes no hemos visto. Pues sí hay cosas, pero si nos ponemos a analizar, hemos visto que se han otorgado algunos grants, se han hecho algunas cosas allí, pero en realidad no vemos mucho reflejado el dinero ahí. Tenemos 20 años esperando ese parque. Es importante, por favor, que la ciudad le notifique a la comunidad cuál es la condición y la situación de ese parque, que les está costando a una serie a los residentes que vivimos ahí. Señora Noricumbo, le quiero agradecer y a todos y cada uno de ustedes, de los señores del concilio, esta comisión que están creando. no saben lo positivo que es para las personas que estamos pagando ese CFD. Lo vamos a pagar por 20 años más. Y le agradecemos que por fin nos estén tomando en cuenta. Sabemos que hay cosas que aparentemente no se ven bien o que se hicieron y que no es culpa de ustedes, lo sabemos, pero hay que corregir las cosas que están mal. Tienen la oportunidad de hacer las cosas bien. Por favor, háganlo, se los pedimos. La ciudadanía, llevamos más de 300 firmas y la gente está pidiendo, quiere confiar en la ciudad, quiere confiar en las personas que nosotros decidimos que estuvieran ahí para representarnos. Y también les pedimos por favor claridad cuando se haga esa comisión, a quiénes van a poner ahí. No queremos, sabemos perfectamente quiénes son las personas interesadas en participar en la comunidad, las personas que conocen del problema. Sabemos muy bien, hay personas que no tienen nada que hacer ahí y en algunas de las comisiones que hemos visto por experiencia, que tienen sus agendas propias y sus intereses propios. Los residentes de esa área queremos el bien común, eso es lo que queremos, el bienestar para todos, no nada más para ciertos grupos, es para toda la comunidad. Gracias, señora Nurikumo, porque sé que está haciendo el esfuerzo y gracias a ustedes también, porque estamos esperando que hagan lo correcto. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Any more public comment?
Young King for item 13.
I came with the money. I'll give you good notice. I'll give you good notice. City of Calexico, when they build the Grand Plaza, they have an impact fee around about $7 million. And then City of Calexico, instead of collecting $7 million impact fee, let them issue the CFT bond for the $7 billion. So city, then they get that bond, they're gonna pay to the city $7 billion. But what happens? One, $7 million impact fee, they didn't pay to the city. So they didn't pay at all because they have a strong city vote not to argue with them. Second, they have over $700,000 lawyer fees because they did the bad work or the environmental, they have a sue. So all the condition of the project is all the lawyer fees come from for the project, they're supposed to pay to the city, pay back to. So when we hired some cities or some lawyer, they have to pay back. So they made the account. They have about $700,000, and then later on, they didn't close that book, and they opened another account to pay the lawyer cost. So about $1.5 million down there. And they didn't pay for the impact fees. Not only that, when they issuing $7 million CFT bond, guess who's bondholder? Guess who? Same owner of the Grand Plaza, they have another company funding. If you see the grant, the bond book they're showing there. So right there, they have $7 million. We pay the $7 million payments, City of Calexico collecting from the sales tax to pay them, or pay for the $7 million bond. So which is, we borrow the money from them and we give them the check. Every year, from the sales taxes, about $500,000 we're paying every year. That's how bad we are. So, by the way, and the bond book, they said at first year, we're not obligated to send any payments. But later on, we found it, if they send them payments. So for example, Mr. Nurikumbos, I give you the money to pay the $500,000, and you should send the money to the bank. But if you don't send it, bank doesn't say nothing, we don't know. But bank is gonna know after they're not expecting to receive the payment. But we sent to the Nurikumbo to $500 million. Mr. Nurikumbo is not sending the money to them. The bank is not going to say nothing. So you can have money in your pocket, which is the company, the one with the FBI raid and
Thank you,
the
Mr.
Vermont.
Thank you.
So look at the money. About $8-9 million is going to be there.
Thank you. Any more public comment?
Mr. Kim has another comment for item 19. Mr. Kim has another comment for item 19.
Okay.
I didn't want you to come. Yeah. Yeah. So, 19, I was really disappointed with the council. Our administration, they're not doing their job right. That's why although what's called the commission meeting, they're not in call. They don't have a current plan or calendar to meeting. So they got commissioner, they don't know when it's going to be meeting. They just got suddenly got call, they couldn't come. Or they're lazy, whatever. They have to have in plan how we handle it. And they failed to, our administration failed to managing the commissioner. Now, do we gonna say commissioner is good or bad? Commissioners, we are filtering or pre-screening or collecting the people, the ideas that can review before the council. Second, we can, through the commissioner, we can training our community members. They can be another council members for the future. They just close down because we not functioning. So why we, in case of like that, why we fire the city manager? Council, we don't have to waste time. Council member make a decision on everything. Why we have to call the meeting? Why have to do all those things? Because this process is democrat. We are arguing each other, different ideas. We're creating there for the plus, not the minus. We're closing ourselves inside the holes, just like the mulos, just like donkey, just go there. So when we don't have it, new coming in, new members coming in, they never know nothing. So they're going to be controlling by the city manager because they don't have nothing to do it. So the commissioners, we sharing the duties, but same time we training our community for the future. I don't know how long I'm going to be here, but our young people are going to be there. So council always has to be looking into the future. For example, the GSA ones, we have to look into the annexations. We have money to do it and not doing anything because no capacities, no thing. They said, oh, we don't have money, we don't have money. Okay, we got convinced that, but we don't build our future.
Victor Rocha for item 21.
Again, Victor Rocha. Have you guys reviewed the agreement? Have you, any of you? It's just a question, yes or no? Okay, if you do, can you please go to page 5 out of 16? And it's item section 12. You're giving a cost of living increase to your firemen. It says bargaining unit members shall receive the following cost of living increase effective as follows. July 1st, 2024. 8% salary increase, consisting of 3% for 2023-24. That year closed. You cannot give them anything. You close the books, and that's the end of it. You cannot go back retroactively to July 1st, 2023. You can't do it. You enter into a contract, and they end at the end of June 30th. They missed the boat. They didn't want to negotiate. But now it's, again, it's going to cost you $89,000. There's the money for your audit. Use it wisely. And let's wait. Maybe you want to postpone it. Maybe if you do find the funds, they should deserve more than just 5% or more than 8%. But look at your finances first. I haven't seen a financial report. It's what's coming because we have a new finance director. It's coming, it's coming. Nothing happens. And this is what's being presented to you. You cannot give something that it's already closed.
Thank you, Mr. Rocha.
One more comment, Berta Carreño.
Buenas noches, Berta Carreño, residente de Calexico. Quisiera hacer un comentario acerca de el proyecto de las comisiones. Sabemos que estamos ahorita en un proceso de elegir nuevos comisionados y pues como ya lo han expresado, también hay algunas concerns acerca de cómo se van a elegir esos comisionados. No sé si en el momento los actuales comisionados están trabajando, pero quiero aprovechar esta ocasión para darle las gracias a la señora Márquez. Tuve mucho interés en investigar acerca de qué pasaba con el Parque Carmen Estrada y ella me mandó la información que necesitaba para empezar a hacer mi investigación. Y ahorita por el momento lo que me preocupa sobre el parque es que terminaron de hacer la torre y dejaron todo el escombro diseminado por el parque. No veo ninguna señal de que vayan a restaurar el pasto y de que vayan a arreglar esa tierra que está diseminada y que impide que los niños jueguen. Hay unos niños jugando ahí, van y escogen un rinconcito porque no se puede utilizar el resto del parque. No sé.
Disculpe, I just, how does it relate to the commissioners?
To the commissioners, because the commissioners should be aware of that. Should be aware that the project was not completed totally and it doesn't look that it's going to be completed soon. So I suppose that the commissioners are in charge of looking what's going on around the community and bringing that to you for your information. So in the future, I think that it will be really helpful, if the commissioners know what's going on and what is their mission, within the commission and how they can help the city and help to bring together the community and the council, because they are like a liaison between the citizens and the council. And things like that happen. I'm bringing that as an example, but that happens very often. You can see that in many areas. Graffiti is still over there, Even at the community center where I go, there's graffiti there. How they're going to clean that? When? Who is bringing that to your attention? Are the commissioners working right now? Or they are in impasse until the new ones are elected? So that's my concern as a citizen, and hopefully, when you do this election, you do it the right way. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, no further comment?
Buenas noches, soy Carmen Estrada.
What item?
Sobre lo de ahorita. El
Is
par-
that, is about commissioners or about which one? Yes, commissioner. Commissioner, okay.
Lo que yo quería comentar, como dice la señora, gracias señora por preocuparse por el Parque Carmen Estrada. Sí quiero hacerles saber y recordar, yo tengo 29 años aquí dando servicio a la comunidad, que nuestros niños chiquitos, que ya son unos adolescentes que tienen 40, 42 años, ya traen a sus niños aquí, toda la comunidad está molesta. Aquí me verán solas, pero en el momento que yo les diga, vengan, aquí está. ¿Por qué?
Señora
Pues,
Estrada, solamente tenemos que tocar el tema de las comisiones.
ok, ¿no puedo decir nada del parque?
Si es en relación a las comisiones, sí, pero tiene que estar
Ok,
con este tema.
sobre las relaciones de parques y recreaciones, yo también como la señora hago una recomendación, porque en los comisionados de parques y recreaciones se inclinan a un deporte nada más. No puede ser eso, tiene que equilibrarse para que esto esté mejor. Esa es la recomendación que hago yo. Está muy notorio todo y por eso es el problema ahorita. Gracias.
Thank you. No more comment? Okay.
I do have a comment on item 13 for consent agenda real briefly. Per the minutes where we did request the forensic audit, it was brought to the city manager's attention. It was going to be added as an emergency item, but we opted to hold off so that it can be made public, because it's not fair for me to just grab it here before the meeting. I saw it at 5:30 when I walked in, right here on the dais. So we're this close, and hopefully we make sure it's on the next agenda, and when it's posted, that gives us all the opportunity of transparency to look at what we're going to be looking at and analyzing, and then get the feedback from the public. But we're almost there, so that's what I wanted to mention.
Gentleman had a comment on 19.
Item 19?
Item 19.
Okay, when you're done with your comment, if you could just submit a slip for the record, please.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry,
Okay.
I didn't know the procedure. I'm actually here to discuss the HCD issue that you guys are having, but I've been listening to everything in regards to item 19, and I feel like I need to make a comment. I run a large-scale real estate development company in Imperial County, and it's the only county that I do deals in, and I've been doing it for 20 years. I've dealt with every single city. I have several projects in every city. We've shut down all of our developments in Calexico over the last couple of years because we have tons of issue getting anything through the Planning Commission. I control close to 600 buildable city lots in Calexico right now, and we've held off on everything. Even the construction company that we have has getting simple CUPs processed through the Planning Commission, and it's not even that we don't get the vote, it's that we'll go to the Planning Commission 3 or 4 times and they will postpone it or table it because they're getting too much pressure from community members that they don't want to make a decision. It's become such an issue that in some instances, this is not why I'm even here tonight, but it's become such an issue that in a lot of instances, we've asked them just to deny the project because they're really an irrelevant body. Even if they deny it, it doesn't matter. It could go straight to the city council and be approved immediately. So I feel like this is a great thing. I feel like what we're seeing here with you guys actually having a planner now, which is another reason that we were able not to do business with the city of Calexico, is that they didn't have a planner. Anybody that has the whole group running their city does not have a planner. We struggle with dealing with anybody that doesn't have a full-time planner. It's very challenging. They're working on limited hours. They have a lot of other things going on. So having a full-time planner working with what I see here is a city council that is working. You guys are all going places and doing things, which has not always, been the case. It seems to me like you guys are headed in the right direction, and this is something that we could work with in the future. So I really hope that you guys will keep this moving forward and make this a streamlined process that's easy for developers and other businesses to get conditional use permits and get through the CEQA process, which California has the strictest development process in the whole United States. So it's not like we need multiple agencies to make sure that we're doing it right. It's all regulated, like absolutely to the next level. So I just want to bring that out. I support 19. I support putting it in you guys' hands. You guys seem like you care and you want to make good decisions. You have a great planner to help you through the process. It's not going to stop or hurt anything. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Two more.
Okay.
For item 19, Belinda Alvarado.
Good evening. My name is Belinda Alvarado. I live on 1029F Torres Street. I come here because I want to tell you something. I was a previous planning commissioner, and I heard a lot of nonsense. The planning commission, we did not meet because of lack of quorum. We didn't meet because either the city manager said no, or they wouldn't tell us. They would give us an email saying it was canceled. I kept asking, inquiring, why, and they all told me it was on behalf of the city manager. Now, if the city manager allowed the city planner to put in the council agenda to demolish or do away with the planning commission, why weren't any of us called or interviewed, or they would have asked us? Now, the reason that the planning commission exists is to, let me tell you, there's rules and regulations. You have planning regulation, zoning regulations, stuff. Usually when a developer comes in, like the one that just talked, he got away with a lot of things that I'm not gonna say, it's too long for me to say right here, but either they want some type of waiver, whether it is money-wise, or they don't wanna pay, or they want 3 or 4 or 5 waivers for whether it's zoning, parking, green. They always come up with the planning commission. So doing away with the planning commission, I'm sorry, you guys are very intelligent and everything, no pun intended, but there's a lot of conflict of interest for you to be having the planning commission. I understand there's a planning director, building a planning director, because lo que se ve no se pregunta. If he's for it, I don't care where he comes from. I've been experienced, I have 37 years in the construction company. He should not be allowing this at all, because the planning commission serves a right. You take away the power from the community. Number 2, you guys are not the experts. And having planning commissioners there, you have a lot of other, that they can look at the project. So that is me. Nobody asked me, and I'm telling you because I was a planning commissioner. And all of the last planning commission meetings were, they told us that we weren't able to meet because of the direction of the city manager.
Thank you.
Please do not do away with the planning commission. It serves a purpose.
Thank you. Public comment?
Yes, Joanna Martinez, item 19.
Hi, good evening. Okay, she's right about the planning commission. I believe it's a bad move and just lack of common sense and poor judgment. We need the planning commission. And as far as the CFDs, I believe a commission for the CFDs would pose a conflict of interest for 2 people that are on that council that live in facilities that have CFDs. One of them is also delinquent on CFDs and has been. There's a big liability for Calexico on that. So forming this CFD commission, I think, would pose a financial risk to Calexico, and it just shouldn't pass. That's it.
Thank you. Any further comment?
No.
Okay.
No more public.
Do I have a motion for the consent agenda?
I motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Diana Nuricumbo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Victor Legaspi,
Yes.
Council Member Lisa Thailenda,
Yes.
Council Member Adriana Marquez,
Yes.
Council Member Lorenzo Calderon.
I'm gonna be reclusing on 14 and 15 because I was in
I'm sorry? The microphone.
I'm sorry,
That I'm reclusing myself on the warrants.
And your
how
vote?
do we go about that?
Your,
We
your
could just,
vote,
we could
Mr.
just note
Calderon?
that for the record.
I'm sorry, for the
We'll-
record,
Yeah,
okay.
we'll note it for
So
the
your
record,
vote?
correct.
No, I'm sorry. So you're recusing yours for those two, but then what's your vote on the remainder?
Yes, on the remainder.
Okay, thank you,
Motion passes.
thank you.
Mayor, also too, it's 9:30, so we'll need a motion to continue the meeting past 9:30.
Okay,
No, a motion to
Yeah,
continue the meeting past 9:30.
Okay, motion second. I'm sorry, a second?
I second it.
Okay, roll call?
Mayor Diana Noricumbo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Victor Legaspi,
Yes.
Councilmember Lisa Thailenda,
Yes.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez,
Yes.
and Councilmember Lorenzo Calderon. Motion passes to extend.
Okay, we'll be moving on now to discussion items. Madam, let me see. So we're going to go to item number 22, which is adopt budget amendment resolution for fund number 299, Energy Efficiency and Conservation Block Grant Program in the amount of $76,300 to purchase energy efficiency equipment for various city facilities. Do we have public comment?
No.
Do I have a motion?
Make the motion to approve.
Do I have a second? I second. Oh, well, Councilmember Marquez seconds. Roll call?
Mayor Diana Noricumbo,
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Victor Legaspi,
Yes.
Councilmember Lisa Thailenda,
Yes.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Lorenzo Calderon. Motion passes.
Okay, item number 23, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Calexico authorizing a joint application to and participation in the Home Key Program and authorizing the city manager to enter into, execute, and deliver Home Key Program documents. We have a presentation? Or we have a comment from staff?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of council. This item before you tonight is a procedural request from the California Department of Housing and Community Development, otherwise known as HCD. They issued a breach of contract to the Holly's Affordable Housing Project ownership and entities, and it's basically what HCD is trying to direct the city to do is reauthorize the resolution listing three new entities as part of the resolution for application for the Home Key Grant. So the Home Key Program was a grant program that helped facilitate the acquisitions of the Holly's Hotel project in order to create this Holly's Affordable Housing Project, which consists of 58 supportive housing units to help with homeless and those at risk of homelessness find permanent supportive housing and social services within that facility. Because the owners added three new entities to the ownership title, HCD issued them a breach of contract because HCD needs to authorize any new owners on title. And so basically this retroactive action would list these additional ownership entities, which would cure the breach of contract. And the importance for the city is that if we don't assist the Holly's ownership with this breach of contract, we would be ineligible for any future HCD grants. And so our recommendation is for you to go ahead and approve the resolution and correct this issue. The property owner is present tonight to speak on behalf of the proposed request, and this completes my staff summary of the item.
Okay, thank you. So, are you coming on as public comment on that item? Okay.
Yes, thank you, Michael. I appreciate Michael's comments. This is a very confusing item. We processed the Imperial County's only home key grant in 2019, and we were issued a grant to remodel it and put the people in the units. It's the only 100% 30% AMI housing units in all of the county. It's the only thing that operates like that. So all of the ones you see like Chelsea and all the other ones that are doing, those are just low income. So they operate with different levels, like 80%, 70%, 60%, and there would be like a very low amount of 30% AMI. So there's very few people that are getting the lowest price that you can get in a unit. When we started those ones, they were $389 a unit, which just was transformative for everybody that moved into there. We still have some people that are just been in there the whole time and are just amazingly happy. What's happening right now, we don't really understand. We were issued a breach of contract, but we don't understand why. It seems like there's been a lot of turnover at HCD and they're confused by things. They gave us the grant to Riverwalk LP, which is the only owner of the entity. We have never changed the ownership since 2019 when we were awarded the grant. All of our operating agreements, all of our affordability agreements, all of our covenants that we have processed with everybody has been in that name. So we're not really sure what they're doing, but it seems like maybe just some paperwork catching up that they're doing from back when COVID was happening. But it seems like this is what they want. We're in agreement with it. There is 3 entities that own Riverwalk LP, but nothing's been changed. It's been the exact same since we started it. The only thing that's changed is that we just received another grant from Imperial County to add 10 more units within the facility. So by 2026 sometime, we'll have 68 units there, all still operating at. It's the most successful homeless prototype that's been done in Imperial County. The only one is a very small one that they did in El Centro for the IVC youth, which only rents to youth. But this is the only adult one that exists, and Calexico should be very proud of it.
Okay, but yeah, me too. Before you leave.
Yeah.
How many units are you going to add to this property?
10 more units.
And where?
There's when we remodeled the property, we only remodeled the hotel units. And there's a 10,000 square foot space in the middle that was operated as a bar, conference room, all these other things there. And we're actually going to demo that shade portion to kind of clean up the structure, demo a small portion of that restaurant there, and then we're going to add those 10 units to the center of the building to get rid of the unused space and get rid of any future blight. It's actually a pretty major remodel. We're going to have to rip the whole roof off and redo everything. So.
Any further questions? Well, I have a question. So, right now, when you brought up the issue of the 10 additional units, just correct me if I'm wrong. I understand this is a transitional housing for homeless population?
No, it's not transitional housing. It's permanent supportive housing. We don't do transitional housing. These are permanent residents. Once they get in there, they stay there.
Okay, so then we'll need clarification because it's my understanding that it's for transitional housing and that part of that area that you're trying to add additional units to, it actually has to be a service area for supportive programs for the homeless. But we can look at that later, but we'll look into the item and ensure that that the grant did allow for permanent housing and not transitional housing.
Yeah, the grant's only for permanent housing. You could have applied for transitional housing, but we don't do transitional housing. Transitional housing is a very labor intensive. You had to have like a whole bunch of different people to be there. We only do permanent housing.
Okay, we'll look into that just to ensure. Yeah. Any questions?
I was also going with that, if you're not required to have a common area within the units.
Absolutely not. No,
And-
HCD Home Key is just specifically just to create units. It's basically, you need units, the base units, so that people have a place to stay. If you don't create those units, if you don't create the units on top of that and the units on top of that, then all the people that are going to create the top units are going to take the lower units, which is going to displace all the people that could be in the lower units. So it's just basic economics of supply and demand. Like, we have to have all kinds of units, or the highest people are going to take all the units and nothing's left for the lowest people. They end up on the street, you know? So that's what's good about these units, is that nobody can take these units from the lower people, because you have to qualify. You have to be the lowest income, basically no income, to be able to even qualify to get into one of these units. So that's the value in these units, is just having that where nobody else can take it from that person. They don't exist anywhere else. There's people from, you know, everywhere that still want to be in there. We have a huge waiting list, but you can't create units at that price. Another caveat is that my family operates all the operating deficits on this. There's this $200,000 a year short in paying its bills. So that doesn't happen without community support. Typically in the big cities, you're going to get nonprofits and other people paying for these things, but we're the ones floating the bill right here to be able to offer these units at this price.
Okay, so I was under the assumption that this was for, I guess, to focus on struggling people, right? And they're supposed to be focusing on vets, people with mental health issues, and they're supposed to be allowing them or bringing them services to these facilities.
Who's they?
Home Key.
Yeah, Home Key's the state of California, so you'd have to talk with them. They gave us $100,000 a door to buy these units and remodel them. We're not responsible for doing anything other than providing quality units. So the things you're saying is like, you know, maybe other services that they pay for, providers do, but that's not something that we were given money to do.
And another thing that I have a question about is within your establishment, there's also offices for other rental properties that you're utilizing the facilities for. Can you speak to that, please?
Yeah, there's absolutely no other office rental properties.
I actually went there 3 months ago to pick up application for my daughter to apply for residence. I believe that there's apartment buildings in Imperial. So I personally went there.
And somebody told you they were paying us rent to be there?
That's what the facilities are being used for. I didn't say they rented.
There's a property manager that manages the property full-time and has an office there, but that's it. It's one little office. But every apartment building that I know has a community office that operates for their residents. Outside of that, there's no rental income at all.
Okay, so that you are using some of that facility for other rental properties,
No.
and yet no services.
No, there's no rental properties and there's no services. It's just a apartment building that offers apartment units to the lowest of income, and it has one small, like, tiny office that the office people stay in to collect their rent and answer questions about maintenance or any other issues.
So then there is another entity there. You just said
No,
there's a small office.
There's a property manager there that manages. I'm confused by the questioning, but no,
Well-
there's absolutely no rentals and there's no other companies there.
I just think and I know we're looking at the resolution to make sure that we're that we're not jeopardizing our future, the city's future ability to apply for grants. But I guess what you mentioned about, you know, adding more units to it kind of raised the question of like, wait a minute, this is supposed to be used for transitional homeless housing with services for transition, but we're confused. But like I mentioned, we'll look into it and ensure that what you're saying is correct, and then and we'll go from there.
Yeah, there's never ever been transitional or services provided here. And to be perfectly clear, the city's already agreed to be the partner. That's how this whole thing happened. Without the city agreeing in 2019, we never would have been able to apply
Yeah.
for HCE.
That's why we're concerned.
Yeah. And to be perfectly honest, like, if the city decided they didn't want to do this anymore, we've already told the state we're happy to give it back. Like, we get nothing out of this. I'm not even able to depreciate this building. All this is us giving back to the community. We lose tons of money on it every year. So if the city of Calexico doesn't value it, we're happy to not extend it. We could just give it back. The state can take it. But I mean, you're going to have 58 people on the streets instantly. So that's just up to you guys. We do it as a community benefit, but if the city doesn't see the value in it or they don't want to continue it, you know, by all means, we don't have to keep going.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Were you going to add to that?
Yes, regarding the tenant improvement, he referenced that would be an action that you'd have to take. They would have to apply for an amendment to their conditional use permit. Their conditional use permit only allows for 59 units, 58 supportive housing units, and 1 manager's unit, and it does include office space and community space in the original conditional use permit site plan that was approved by the previous city council.
Okay, thanks for the information. Any public comment?
Okay, because it seems kind of fishy and there's just kind of no clarity. I believe this item should be tabled until all of you have a chance to look at all the paperwork and do your due diligence. And also check the background of the developer because it's the city money. But also I wanted to say one thing on 19 that you approved. On 16 that you approved, I think it was where the city manager wants to bring in IVC and workers' compensation will be covering I guess their insurance. Well, workers' comp will not cover students that aren't employees at, let's say, the library. So I think that's a liability to Calexico. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Any further public comment?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so just to clarify on item number 23, and I'll let you do it. It has nothing to do with the discussion that we just had. So if you could, again, let us know what it entails, just for clarification before we vote.
Essentially, with the breach of contract notice, and I know there's confusion even on the part of the property owner, HCD noticed that there's Riverwalk LP on title, and then that was what was in their breach of notice letter. They didn't highlight the other 2 entities, which kind of caused confusion, not only among the property owner, but among staff, because they didn't highlight the absence of those 2 entities. HCD actually reviewed the resolution before you, and we actually had a back and forth with city attorney on the entities being listed in the resolution, and it's HCD that wanted those 3 additional ownership and operating entities to be listed. And it baffled us, but really to just get this issue cured, we're just complying with HCD's request, and that's basically the resolution presented for you. Okay. That includes those entities, even though I'll echo what Mr. Robin mentioned, it has caused confusion among staff and among ownership.
Okay.
But we're basically just
So it's to
complying
update
with
the
HCD
record,
direction.
strictly no impact other than to update the record, correct? Okay, do I have a motion
I motion.
to,
Approve.
do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, roll call.
Mayor Diana Nuricumbo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Victor Legaspi,
Yes.
Councilmember Lisa Thailenda,
Yes.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez,
I will abstain.
Councilmember Lorenzo Calderon. Motion passes.
Okay. Item number 25. Approve the establishment and recruitment of a grants manager position. Are you gonna speak, do you have public comment?
Yes, Mr. Yoon Kim.
For the record, my name is Jung, not the Yoon. Jung Kim. Okay. First of all, we are city of the risk, which is we not performing about the state wanted it. We are managing badly our grant. So our grant, they not using correctly. So we got punched by the state. We cannot get the money. We are in the middle of there. So we have to performing. If we hire the grant manager, we supposed to have who can help us through that what we have to, requirement to the state to fix the problems. If we still keep under the blacklist, we cannot get the grant, a large portion we cannot get the grant. Why we need a grant manager then? So please look into the job descriptions or the hiring them with someone who's all the requirement on the grant, the grant project. So if we don't have a good project manager, we're gonna be in trouble. And sometimes they give us wrong information. When I was counsel, some of our staff, they were saying, oh, this one is okay. There are so much percent of the low-income people. We said yes, and we could not collect the money, and we're still in the trouble. So we have to have the right person, a right job description to hire the grant manager, which is a project manager, for the help our problem with the state. Thank you.
Okay. Any more public comment on item number 25?
Madam Mayor.
Okay. Do I have a motion? No, it's for the grants manager. So we tabled the item number 20. This is for to approve the establishment and recruitment of a grants manager position. So you don't have a motion, I motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I want to make a motion to table this.
The grant manager?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, to table. So I have, so let me just explain in case there's some confusion because there was another item that was tabled. So the grant manager position has been a position that the citizens have been asking for many months back. That because we are not going after grants. There are other grants that are not being managed properly. There is some funding that isn't being going after to get reimbursement. So the grant manager position, although it wasn't budgeted, it will pay for itself because it's a position that's going to go after the grants. Right now, we don't have anyone managing the grants. We have an office technician that's trying to do the little that they can, but this grant manager position would work with each department to look after funding, to also manage, because we're working on the Heber Park, which is a big grant that's gonna, once we start working on that project, we're gonna need a person that is managing and administering those grants the proper way. So that's what this position is for. But if you guys don't want it, then we won't get any grants. So that's why go ahead. I'm done, yeah.
My question is, I mean, do we have the money to sustain this position? I mean, well, let me ask our finance lady. What do you think about, oh, I'm sorry.
So that we could go on record.
Yes, do we actually have the money? I mean, it's like $157,000 a year for this position. Do we have it? I mean, we don't even have a balanced budget at this point, so. And I know it's important, grant money will bring
So for this fiscal year, which is fiscal year 2025, it's not a budgeted position, obviously, so we would have to do a budget amendment, which would mean either we reduce budgeted items somewhere else or an expenditure somewhere else, or we make an adjustment by taking the monies from somewhere else that was budgeted, or hopefully when we do the second quarterly report next month, we see that revenues came in higher than expected, and we would take the money from there to do the budget amendment for this fiscal year. And then when we work on the budget for next fiscal year, which is fiscal year 2026, we would budget it and hope that that the employee does bring in revenue by getting all these different grants for the different departments.
So let me ask you something. So for example, if we were to start the Heber Park renovation, which is a grant, within the grants and within most grants, the fees associated or the cost associated with running these grants, it's payable through the grant itself, correct? So if we have a grant manager, well, because most of the grants, you do put the expense of running the grant within the grant. Well, that's what I'm asking.
I think it depends on the grant. Different grants have different specifications, different requirements. Some might give you like administration fees or expenses to be paid. Some might not. It depends on the grant.
So if we were to start, and this is a question for the acting city manager, if we were to start the project for the Heber Park, which is what, 8.5 million?
7.5. For Heber Park?
For the Heber Park. Okay, who would be running and managing that? Who within our staff would be managing that grant? Ms. Falomir. Okay. What do you decide? Do you want to, so we're looking at the motion for the grants manager position. Do you have any questions or comments on it?
Why were you asking who would manage the park fund? What was that leading up to?
It's because one of the things that they're saying is that it's not budgeted, right? And it's not. So the fiscal year ends March, April, May, June, in 4 months, correct? And the grant manager may not even be hired immediately. So if it would affect, and like you said, you're gonna go and look at the financial reports and see if maybe it went above and there is monies to pay for it, or at least the last 3 months of the fiscal year.
So regardless, we would make a budget amendment. For example, if it gets approved tonight, we would say, okay, starting March, how many months do we have left in the fiscal year? Divide the fiscal impact by, well, it's 4 months. And then we will make we will make a budget adjustment to this fiscal year 2025, whether it's that position is filled or not.
So for this fiscal year, just to clarify, what Councilmember Calderon said, that it would be an impact of 150-some thousand, you said? So for this fiscal year, 157? Yeah, with benefits included. So for this fiscal year, it would only be 1/4, correct, of the 157,
Yes.
if we were to bring on board a grant manager starting in March, correct?
Yes, correct.
So,
Madam Chair, let me interrupt you. You have a city attorney sitting there, allowing you to go into discussions. This action dies because of a lack of a second. Is that correct, city attorney?
it dies, why?
It
Well, we
does-
were bringing
You
it
cannot
up for
discuss it
discussion.
because there is no second of your motion, it dies. We have another,
Okay,
The motion dies, not the item.
okay.
Still for discussion.
So we're discussing the item.
Yeah, just the
Okay.
motion itself dies, not the item.
Okay, so, I'm sorry, but it's not, are you gonna make a public comment on it?
yes,
Okay,
because you're asking as it relates to the Heber Park. Very specifically, it says you're gonna build like a community center. And the reason it's not moving forward because the city doesn't have the money to construct the community center and doesn't have the money to run it. It would require maintenance people. It would require people manning the community center and making sure that it's adequate and have supervision of that. You don't have the resources. It's actually there's the findings already. Your recreation director was interviewed, and she said that the city doesn't have any plans.
I'm going to have to interrupt you a little bit because the topic, and we can't speak about something that's not on the agenda. The Heber Park was only brought as an example of a grant, but we can't go in depth because it's not a topic on the agenda. But if you want to discuss the grant part of it, then please go ahead.
Well, that's pretty much discussing you that it's or telling you, informing you, there's an audit already. State did an audit, and that's the reason it's not moving forward. Because you don't have the funds. It was clearly identified you don't have the funds. And I was trying to explain to you the reason that they came about that finding out that you don't have the funds because they were told the previous administration, which is the previous council members, did not have a plan and they didn't have the resources. That's why it's not moving forward, and it's been years. It's been 4 years already. It's actually going on a 5th year. So we're just going in circles. This is not going to materialize. My recommendation to you is just do away with the grant because we don't have the matching funds. And unless you get someone who's going to create a miracle, then let's move forward with it.
Can I?
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
Okay, so what I'd like to see added here, if we could put it on the notes, is that the grants manager would also be in charge of coordinating with various departments that obtain the grants, so what have you, any department that gets a grant, and be in charge of submitting for reimbursement of the grants, because the city goes out to pay and then sometimes things get lost in translation. And not all departments, some departments are awesome at submitting for reimbursement, but I've seen that there's been certain departments that struggled to submit for reimbursement and the city paid out money in years past, like I think it was 2020, 2021, and paid out money and they never submitted for reimbursement. So I think that one of the duties that should be added is that specifically they submit for reimbursement for any and all grants. The idea is that they're going to manage and work with the departments based on whatever grants, and it's not specifically for the Heber Park grant, that's an example, but any grant that the city receives, correct? Right? That's the idea behind this? Yes. Yes? Okay. Also, finance, yes or no, that when we obtain certain grants, they have the ability or potential to pay off administrative costs. Some have
Some of them, yes,
right. Okay.
depending on the qualifications and requirements of each.
Right.
grant.
So essentially, certain grants, and most of them have that, correct? A lot of the CDBG grants, like COVID and all that, they had the administrative costs associated to cover.
Yes.
So essentially, you could use, if you have a grant that says it covers administrative costs, that funding to pay off this position, correct? Yes? Okay, right.
Any more comment?
And this is just the creation of the position, correct? Right? It's not, we haven't approved the budget amendment, it's just the creation of the position?
Yes, the budget amendment will come with the second quarter report.
Okay, to see if we can cover it initially,
Yeah,
right?
which either reducing a line item that's already been budgeted or taking it from revenue, hopefully coming up higher than what we expected.
Or taking it from a grant that has some money right there for that, correct? To start it off, and you could do it like a limited term, maybe? That can always be updated, this, right? To reflect whatever we can afford? So we're approving this position. I mean, well, we're discussing the approval of this position. If approved, and we have any changes based on what you bring back for the second quarter, we could say, all right, we only have enough money for a year or two, and we have a grant that can cover a certain portion. Then this would have to be brought back to be adjusted.
If you wanted to reduce the
Like a limited
the
term.
salary of it, and yeah.
Or create a limited term position based
or
on
some-
funding, correct?
Yes, it would have to come back to council.
Okay, so there's options.
So I have a question. So if we approve this, we're going to go forward with hiring a grant writer.
It's the establishment and the recruitment of the position. So yes.
So we're going to be paying this grant writer the amount that is shown here.
No, not the full amount this fiscal year. It would take the 157,000, the annual fiscal impact divided by 4. So like around a little bit less than 40,000. That would be the fiscal impact this fiscal year, assuming that you hire somebody right away. But it'll probably be a couple months, maybe even 3 months before you hire somebody. So there might not be any fiscal impact this fiscal year. It might go to next fiscal year.
So just to clarify, like Councilmember Talenda said, this is to approve the establishment and recruitment of a grants manager position. It's not a budget amendment resolution. We're not doing an amendment to the budget. This is if you find the need to have a dedicated grants manager for the city, then you would approve the position or not. It's not moving any money at this point. If you don't find the need, then you don't find the need. But this was brought up because of all the comments and the feedback that we'd been getting from the public for many months back, saying that we needed to have a dedicated grants manager. And that's why this is here now. But if the new council or if the council doesn't find the need, then so be it. So at this time, I had already made a motion which died, so if anybody has a motion, then we'll proceed.
Can I add that historically we've gotten so many letters of non-compliance from HCD for our CDBG, our home funds. They dissolved the housing department, and they started getting these notices in 2013 for these grants and revolving accounts, and no one has been able to put them in compliance. And we haven't been able to get money or use any of the program income. So grants manager position essentially would help, along with a couple of other things like a forensic audit, remedy this situation that the city has had existing since 2013. And also it would assist staff. I know that we don't have anyone from the Fire Association, but they've come up here multiple times. We've had police officers also talk about how they've taken on themselves on their spare time while they're here at work to apply for different grants. How successful they've been it hasn't come back to us yet, but they're not grant writers, right? But they're trying with whatever little resources they have. So imagine if they had assistance. Imagine if they had someone who could help them. And then not only that, I mean, sometimes, like I said, we've had trouble with finding if we've gotten reimbursed for certain grants or even done the reporting correctly for like 12, 13 years, and we're on the naughty list and we can't use money, and we have millions of dollars frozen, just, suspended in time. So I think this is a great idea, and hopefully it moves forward. With that said, I'd like to make a motion.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council Member Lily Follomir. I'm the president of the Calexico Management Association, and I think me as well as my colleagues are a little confused. And the reason we are confused is that the grant manager's job description has already been approved by council a long time ago. If you go to our city's website, you'll find the job description. The only thing is that this position has not been allocated. Therefore, you cannot move to do recruitment. So I think that's where the confusion lies. Are you approving the job description? If you are, it has already been approved 20 years, 15 years ago. So just for clarification as to what is the steps the council is taking on this particular item?
To look into the fundings to fund this position here in the near future for the remaining
months, possibly this quarter, if not, if there is no fund, then you push it back to the following fiscal year.
Well, then for that, the process would be come before council to do a budget amendment resolution to approve the position. But as I mentioned, the job description has already been approved from a long time ago. You just, if council wishes to proceed in getting a grants manager, then you would have to come before you to do a budget amendment resolution. And as Ms. Chaparro mentioned, where will the money come from? It's gonna get cuts. When you get grants, when grants are allocated to this, well, when you apply for a grant, you don't get the money instantly. You have to allocate the position, go through the process. It could be a 1 year to 2 year. So how are you gonna be paying for this position?
So I understand that. So, okay, so to clarify, so on this position, if it's already approved, then there's no motion that needs to be made because that's what we were looking for to do in this position.
There's a job description as well, the grants coordinator position. It's a limited term position already in the job description under HR. So what we're looking here is where are we going to possibly get the funding. As Ms. Chaparro mentioned, we're going to look into the next quarter and to see if there's any potential revenues that we can pull and maybe offset the cost for this remaining year, but that's something that she needs to look into financially to see if it's feasible for us to move forward with it or not, table it to the following fiscal year and see where we can go that route. But the job descriptions, there's 2 of them in there when you go down the list. Grants manager, grants coordinator position, and which is the lower salary, and the grant manager.
Okay, let me repeat my question. It says approve the establishment and recruitment of a grants manager position. So it's a 2-phase. One is establishment, but it's already been established according to what
Correct.
I was just heard, right? It's already been established. So the other one is a recruitment. So
And the
whatever
recruiter-
we
Yeah,
decide, because so establishment shouldn't even been here because it's already there, correct?
correct.
Okay, so then it would be to approve the recruitment of a grants manager, and I think that clarifies as we
Correct.
state that question.
Pending the funding that we're going to be able to look into.
Pending, so we would be approving the recruitment, but we would not be proceeding with any funding
No,
until we do figure out if there's funding and all that stuff.
Correct.
Am I correct? Does anybody have any more questions? Does that
So-
clarify?
So in essence, we're giving direction to authorize the establishment of a recruitment list, in short, right? Establish a list of potential hires.
Yes, and I mean, I don't know, I'm not familiar with the historical, I don't know if it was ever established, but I know that we don't have it in the budget right now. So it might have been established and frozen, or not filled, I'm not sure, but it's not in the budget right now as we speak. So then I'm thinking that you have to reestablish it because it's not budgeted. I
So
don't know, maybe it
we're
got
not moving
frozen.
forward with any fiscal impact. It's only to freeze it if it's frozen?
Yes.
Is that
To
what we're
have
doing?
to-
Because it's already been established. So we're looking to unfreeze it to prepare to recruit pending the funding. So we're not hiring anybody, we're just looking at the position and am I correct?
Yes, and then once I come back with the second quarter report and I put it there, I state, this is how much it's gonna cost and this is where we're gonna either pull it from or this is where it's coming from, and you approve the funding, at that point, we can start the actual recruitment.
Okay. So, do we have a motion or do we have any more questions from the council? Or it's not clear?
No.
So,
He's,
I think there's a clarity on whether are we actually establishing. I think that's part of the discussion I'm hearing. We may not need to establish. It may just be a recruitment of a grant position. You will later come back at a later date with a budget amendment to allocate the funding for it. So that's based on what I'm hearing, based on the discussion here.
I motion to move forward with the recruitment of a grants manager position.
okay. I second. Roll call.
Mayor Diana Nuricumbo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Victor Legaspi,
Only if there's no fiscal impact and we're just looking at the verbiage or the recruitment. No fiscal impact.
Not yet.
You would have, it's
First
just,
approve the budget
you,
amendment and then you do
sorry, what?
recruitment.
There would be a fiscal impact if you do actually.
that would have to come back to the city council.
That would have to come back to the city council.
That's not what we're discussing now, not the fiscal impact. It's only the recruitment. to
I
approve
motion
it.
to table this item, please, so that we can have more clarity.
There's a roll call. So what, you can vote, and then we can do another motion.
Okay.
I just feel that all of us are very confused in regards to it. I think it's a great idea, but based on all the what has been happening back and forth right now, I think it's for the benefit of the council that we table this item and we discuss.
I do agree. There's got to be some written clarification because it's not in writing on what you're saying, on what we're all saying. So let's have that in writing. So I also, when we make the motion, and then we'll go back to the motion, right? We're making a
We
motion.
need to finish off the roll call.
Correct.
Okay.
We'll finish it.
Roll call.
You would
So
just
we were
deny
with you.
deny the motion, and then you
Okay.
can bring another motion
Okay, so
to continue the item.
you gonna do the roll call?
No, the second
What is your
motion
vote?
doesn't stand. We were at roll call, so you could always vote no, and then you can
All
go
right.
another
But
motion.
what is his vote right now?
No.
No? Okay. Councilmember Lisa Thailenda?
Yes.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez? Councilmember Lorenzo Calderon?
Okay,
Motion failed.
so
Yes.
now you want a motion? Okay,
Could you repeat the motion, please?
so motion is, who's motioning? Councilmember Marquez.
To table?
Motion to table, Okay, seconded by Councilmember Calderon.
Okay, roll call. Mayor Diana Noricumbo?
No.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Victor Legaspi?
Yes.
Councilmember Lisa Thailenda?
No.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lorenzo Calderon? Yes. Motion passes.
Okay, moving on to item number 26. Approval of memorandum of understanding between the City of Calexico and the Chamber of Commerce for Greater Calexico.
We have comment.
Do I have any public
Yes.
comment?
Mr. Victor Rocha?
Hey, first of all, again, Victor Rocha, I would like to commend that you guys starting again the Chamber of Commerce. It's something to be complimented. But I don't agree that you should be entering into an agreement with the private sector. I mean, they should raise their own funds like they've done in the past. Right now, we're struggling to make ends meet. You just killed something because we don't know if we have the funds. So entering to agreements and giving them money later on and giving them a place within City Hall, that's not appropriate. Otherwise, I would like to also start my own business, and you need to provide me also with a place, because I want to help the city as well. And that's essentially what I'm doing, and I'm doing it at free of cost. So please, don't enter into agreements that it's going to have a long-term effect, because it cost us back then over $60,000 a year. And it's, you know, we can do a lot more. And I think but they still their efforts need to be commended, because they're going to be promoting the city of Calexico. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rocha. Do you have more public comment?
Like really, there's just so many things wrong with this. Is there other nonprofit organizations that are gonna come into the city hall? And I have a nonprofit I'd like to bring in. Can I have free office space? Oh, and not to mention, don't ask me for insurance or any of that stuff either, because you haven't done any due diligence on the chamber right now. Do you know if they have any liability insurance? Do you know if they've done minutes? Who's on the board? Are they legit? I mean, this is just to the next level, and I'm trying to be really nice. Thank you, that's all.
Public, do you have any more public comment?
No,
I
Madam
think
Mayor.
Mr. Daniel Romero would like to speak.
Okay. Mayor Noricumbo, Council, Daniel Romero. Yes, we're trying to make an effort to get the Chamber of Commerce for Greater Calexico going again. One of the things that it is with the MOU, there are no funds to be issued to the Chamber. That's well and understood, and it's written in the MOU. The MOU also states that it will be in effect as soon as we can provide liability insurance and everything else. So once that is done, so this is contingent that we provide those certificates of insurance to be able to have access here to City Hall. Third, it's only a temporary thing until we're able to establish. This temporary period is only up to 6 months. It's as far as certificate of insurance like workers' comp, we're not going to be hiring anybody. We're going to be going through a program to bring somebody so we can train, and hopefully the training will be sufficient where that person could be hired. And once hired, then we will go through the workman's comp. It's likely, because of where we are right now at the time of the year, that we're not going to have somebody employed under the umbrella of the chamber. It would be through an agency that I've already reached out to, and to get this thing going again. It's going to take some sacrifice, personal, mine. Gil Acuña is also here. We're trying to, I guess, invest in it so it could invest in the city of Calexico. And the way it's worked in the past, it's been a good relationship between the two. If there is any funding for the chamber, it would be if the city would want us to do a project that obviously would incur expenses, but not for us to receive a stipend per se. So anyway, again, this is very temporary. Certificates of insurance will be following if it's approved. We had a concern that something like this would surface, but I can assure you that it's going to be eventually for the greater good for the city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you have further public comment?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the council. Any comment from the council?
Well, we saw this at a workshop that we went to back in October, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's Victor, the city of Rancho Cordova. They have a one-stop shop. So when you go to their city hall, they have their local chamber of commerce located there, and they have a volunteer group. It's their volunteer association. So you, in essence, go to the city, and if you're getting your business license at, we'll say, the finance department, and then they direct you to go to the Chamber of Commerce, and you can go sign up with them. It's a one-stop shop. I actually think this is a great idea. I do have some comments that, I mean, it would take a couple steps to bring back or review. This, on page 2 of the report, wait, hold on, let me see it. On page 2 of the agenda of the staff report, it's on the back. If you look at number 3, this is nothing new. It's actually was established by ordinance in 1987. So it's an old ordinance, and they just incorporated it into the MOU, because it's online on the municipal
I'm sorry,
code. Yeah, everything's available to the public if you'd like to go look. It's actually chapter 17.17.100 if you want to write that down. So with that said, I do have a concern with that. It says that it allows 2 representatives from the chamber to go to the DRC. That's been long established. My concern is it's a third-party agency, but in order, I mean, I'm okay with moving forward because you have to fix that ordinance and then come back and fix this. And they've had it like this for decades. So that's just one of my comments on it. Other than that, I think it's a fantastic idea. I think it's going to streamline businesses locally and have them be able to have representation and a stake and be able to find the chamber at least for 6 months. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay, anybody else?
Yes, I think it's a great idea. It's something that we've been striving for months, for at least 8 months. We've had a lot of people out there asking for our local Chamber of Commerce. And this Thursday, we're going to be looking at a site, the old chamber building, to see what the future entails on that building. So, like I said, it's like Councilmember Lisa Talenda mentioned. I mean, it's going to be streamlining a lot of work. People are going to be coming in, helping out the office people when it comes to, business license. How do I do this? How do I do that? And whatnot. So the future holds great on it. Hopefully we can bring back the mariachi under the chambers, and the 4th of July under the chambers, and the Christmas parade under the chamber. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Councilmember Marquez, any comment? Okay, I want to first of all commend the 2 gentlemen that want to take on this duty, and we understand that it's separate from the city, but the way that it had always been in the past for many years is that we had that building that was also city property. So you're only temporarily looking at a different location. This is city property, that was city property, and that's where the chamber was. So I don't see any incongruence with what we're doing. It's helping them start off, we're helping the chamber come back to life. And that is something that the great majority of the community wanted. We love our social events, our community events. The chamber was very active in that. And like I said, what the comment that was made earlier, that we're having somebody use City Hall, we were doing that for many years. It was just in a different location. It's all public property. So with that said, does anybody have a motion?
A motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, roll call.
Mayor Diana Noricumbo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Victor Legaspi,
Yes.
Councilmember Lisa Thailenda,
Yes.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez,
No.
Councilmember Lorenzo Calderon. Motion passes.
Okay, moving on to item number 27 from the Calexico Redevelopment Successor Agency. Approval of the recognized obligation payment schedule 2526A and B of the successor agency to the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Calexico for the period of July 2025 through June 2026.
Yes, Madam Mayor,
Yes.
members of the council, my name is Steve Duquette. I'm Managing Director of Development Services for TKE Engineering, and I've been your consultant for the past 18 years. And I've done lots of different things: economic development, housing projects, asset management, real estate related, financing, a whole slew. I'm here tonight, though, to talk about something that's more cheery than maybe some of the things you've talked about earlier. And hopefully you adopt the resolution approving the recognized obligation payment schedule. Fancy name, the state gave it. It's basically a budget for fiscal year 25-26. This budget relates to approximately $4 million worth of revenue that would come to the city to pay toward obligations that were entered into by the former Calexico Redevelopment Agency. And there are 10 items. There's no new ones from the past, so this council, well, the former councils, but the council here has seen these over time. This is the 14th fiscal year in the dissolution of the former redevelopment agency. This particular successor agency to the redevelopment agency has 8 more years before it can dissolve. That's, in one sense, could be thought of as a long period of time, but actually it's not that far out. So during this period of time, there is going to be a paying off of debts equal to about approximately $14 million. So this money is available based upon your acceptance of these revenues for that purpose. And then the items will be covered in your annual budget coming up for 25-26. You'll see those expenses. This also includes an administrative cost. That administrative cost, just for the record, is consistent with the Health and Safety Code definition of how much you can get. It's the maximum amount that would be available to Calexico. So you may have looked at what you had in your packet. Just so you know, the actual ROPS looks like this. So it's actually easy to read, but it's pretty simple. So if you have, and of course your finance department has all this information. So unless you have any questions of me as it relates to this topic, that would conclude my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any public comment? Okay, any comment from members of the council? Do you have a motion? Motion to approve? Do you have a second?
A second.
Okay, roll call.
Mayor Diana Noricumbo,
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Victor Legaspi,
Yes.
Councilmember Lisa Thailenda,
Yes.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Lorenzo Calderon. Yes. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Now we move over to future agenda items. Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi?
Okay. Okay, got it. Well, you know, again, just, I have it right here in front of me. If you can just look into, well, the speed humps. Where are we at on the speed humps? I know that I emailed you a couple of photos regarding the tubing that's being stuck up. Yeah.
Rockwood, I sent those to Ms. Follow.
Right. Yeah.
Services for the speed humps. I think I just got to get closer. I think.
And that's about it.
I'll get an update on the speed bumps and the asphalt on the corner of Dianza Hotel.
Right. You know, I just found it. The update on the, I know that it was brought up, the Nosotros restrooms. Where are we at with that?
I'll get an update as well.
Okay.
We're kind of doing the one park at a time. All the focus is Rodriguez. Ms. Falomi did get Alex Rivera up and running well, and maybe we can do an assessment on Nosotros, and if we don't get to it, then I think there was an idea of getting porta potties for the season, but
Yeah,
we'll look into it.
I believe the baseball season starts in about a week, so we
Okay.
can get that right away. Thank you.
Councilmember Thailenda?
Thank you. So for the next meeting, let's please have the RFP for the forensic audit just for review and direction, and hopefully we approve it to circulate. The other item I'd like, this might be a tag team effort with city manager, planning and building director, and finance director. I'd like a discussion item for a potential moratorium on development impact fees with a list of projects or items that the money has been used on, not in spreadsheet form, because I know that you guys provide it in spreadsheet form, but something more brain friendly for the public to understand what the fees are for, what they can be used for, a background, and what benefits it would have for maybe a 2-year moratorium in terms of economic development, just discussion. And then I'd like item would be probably city manager, police chief, and city attorney, since the approval of the new commissions, or the restructuring of the commissions, I would like to explore giving authority, because right now the police advisory / traffic / code enforcement commission is only an advisory commission, and I'd like to explore options in terms of giving that commission authority. For example, if we had a member of the public to come forward and they go fill out an application, they say, we need a stop sign in this location, or we need a speed bump. Like recently they put a speed bump and it's been a hot topic. Give that commission the authority to approve it. And the only one who can do that and give that recommendation would be the police chief without a traffic study. So I'd like to see a list of items that, as police chief, you'd feel comfortable giving them review and authority over, or how you'd like to restructure it, because we could get so much done. For example, like a stop sign, a bump, a red curb. We don't need to necessarily see those if we have a commission doing it, but we need to give them authority with your blessing to be able to do it, and then just provide the council report with what was done or has been done. There's other cities locally who do it that way as well, if you want to look at examples to see what you as police chief would feel comfortable allowing them to say, I approve this stop sign, or I approve this red curb. But obviously going through the formal process, and they have their meeting, and they have the traffic information, the backup, and the MUTCD manual, etc. So yeah, any questions? No? Okay, yeah, all right. That is all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Marquez.
I just want to request that we put, if there's any way that we can put more trash cans into the Cordova Park. I've seen the pictures, they left them here, and it kind of looks.
Fixing the playgrounds.
Yeah, and maybe see how we can go about fixing the playgrounds as well. I know that we're asking a lot because they come to be pricey, but maybe seeing if we're able to, and just looking into it, but definitely the trash cans, I know that we can start there. And just another comment to Mr. Contreras and Mr. Campos. You guys are here to guide Madam Mayor, and today we saw an item brought, an item that she got questioned about, and I think that you guys need to be looking out for that kind of thing, so that we're not stuck in a position where we're being questioned. It's something that should be knowledge. Obviously, it was something that our department heads had knowledge about. So I think it's for the council's best interest and Madame Mayor's best interest that we give proper recommendations, and if we do see something that is faulty being presented to you, that you address that as soon as possible with her or with the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Calderon.
Yeah, good evening again. I'd like to see the CFD situation was brought up prior to us coming on board, and we said we would bring it back. And when I'm talking to CFDs, I'm talking about Hearthstone and Victoria Robledo. See what we're gonna do with that. I know that we're defrauding some of these loans, and we need to deal with it. We can't just let it just die. So if you can look up and hopefully bring it to closure as to what we need to do. And also, city overall financial status presentation. I know that in the school district we had a report that was actually presented to us and actually told us where we stand as far as with financial matters and so forth, and if we even had money. And right now, we're trying to make things move, but you know, we all know that money drives everything. And if we don't have the money to be able to get new staff, new equipment and so forth, we're not gonna get anywhere. So again, if we can get that, I know that there's a lady that prepares our budget, that we can, you know, she can tell us where we sit. That's the other one. And also, the Rodriguez Park, we have a lot of shame that we invested a lot of hours and money and time. And we obviously have to hold people accountable and also financially responsible for our parks. And last but not least, there was a lady that was here, I think, 2 meetings ago, that she brought a possible idea that I think is a good idea, a newsletter to go out with a water bill. I don't know how much it would cost. We're already sending our water bill out. Just, small little newsletter with Spanish and English and informing our community as to what's going on. Because I know that my parents read their water bill all the time, and they read their electricity bill and they see what's offered out there. I think it's a great idea to send a message to our community, especially our elderly community. And that's all I have.
Mr. Calderon, as far as you mentioned the newsletter, is this something like that we were doing a few months ago, monthly? It was a highlight of, kind of like the city manager's report. You have administration, you have hiring, you have what's going on with the city, you have planning, you have police, you have the calls, you have recreation, library, everybody involved. We were posting that online monthly. Would you want that to go out in mail as well?
Yes, if we can. I don't know what the price would be, but I mean, let's look at it, and it doesn't have to be a big letter. I mean, just.
I think it's like $1,000, $1,000 each time you send something out.
Oh, $1,000. Wow.
Well, we can continue with the Facebook newsletter if you would like, and they can, and it will provide the same information as the staff report. You make that transparent of all the projects that are going on. You highlight new hires, you highlight community events, so on and so forth. So we can bring that back.
Thank you, Councilmember Calderon. So I want to, I'll start with this. I'll piggyback on what Councilmember Marquez just mentioned. I'm not going to beat the dead horse too much, but yeah, I think there was a lot of confusion on how that item was brought up. So I'm a business person, right? And I'm the type that my train of thought is you got to invest money to make money. And this was the rationale behind this position. With that said, it was brought up with information that we received here that, I mean, it was already established. So I want you to look into that, bring it up the proper way, and bring it back up to the council, and if it dies, it dies. But I believe that it just created too much confusion, and I agree with the council, with the rest of the council, that without that clarity, it's kind of hard to vote on it. So if you can work on that, where there's no confusion, and maybe, I understand that we don't have an HR director, so, people that have been here, for staff that have been here for a lot longer, might have more information on that. But let's look into it and figure it out moving forward. The member of the public that was talking about the soccer, I know there's that tower issue that we have at the Carmen Estrada. So if it's not finished, if the project is not completed by the next council meeting, if you could at least give us a completion date. Because I know that they moved some of their practices over to Las Casitas, but now she came over and she said, well, Las Casitas is pretty messed up. So if we could put some effort into Las Casitas so that they don't, they can continue with their activities. And then find out when the tower project is going to get done and put it back to how it was. Also, at the request of Councilmember Thailenda, we would also like to have a status on the cleanup of the old orthopedic clinic for the next council meeting. We want to know where that's at. And now that the commissions have been approved, I would like you to give direction to, I don't know if it's the city clerk that was doing it in the past, but we want to move immediately on getting those commissions filled. So if we're going to, start, I would like the notification for the commissioners to be out on our city website and on our social media, and put so that we can also share it and get the majority of the public involved that want to participate in these commissions. So we want to make sure it's out there. We also want to do it fast and efficient, so that, because now we have two processes. We have the application and then we have the interviews. So we want to fill these positions. With that, I would also like to ask the council members that we also are fast at filling these positions, so that at least we have a quorum and we can start using the commissioners as they should be used. I was going to ask you to contact maybe the IID general manager or assistant manager. I had requested this before from the director, but it didn't happen. But we have that homeless encampment still on IID property. I walk by it every morning, and it looks like it's even vacant. So it's just a big pile of trash sitting there. And I understand that is it's on the poles. So I believe it's IID property. That, along with the canal bank right behind it. So if you could get in contact with their general manager or assistant to see if they can ask, or whatever it is, to clean up their property, please. Also, the financial reports, if we could start getting some type of quarterly, whatever, monthly, I don't know what it is, but so that we can start getting more information, and knowing, I know that the finance director, is starting, and everybody here is doing a great job. But we do want to start getting more information so that we know what's.
We actually do have quarterly reports. It's something that's been ongoing. That's why when I was saying, the second report that's coming, the second quarter report that's coming up, and we do like, for example, like the first quarter, like in November, the second quarter, like in February, March, and then so on. So it is something that's already established.
But are those going to be done here, or how will? Okay.
Yeah, we bring them to council.
Okay.
So it's
already, our first one would be next in March.
It's going to be in March.
Okay.
And that would be for the second quarter, so the quarter ending December 31st.
Okay. So starting in March, every quarter we would be getting a financial report, a public. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's all I have. So with that, wow. Do I have a motion to adjourn? No, we want to keep going at it?
Sleep here. I motion.
Second? Do I have a second? Okay, roll call.
Mayor Diana Noricumbo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Victor Legaspi,
Yes.
Councilmember Lisa Calenta,
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Lorenzo Calderon.
Okay, meeting adjourned at 10:48 p.m.